steps are concerned, at 11:35.
meters,
And 11:58.
156 meters.
And as far as flights climbed, at 11:37.
You had one flight, and then at 11:50, you had two.
All right. And then as far as steps are concerned, at 11:35.
11:35, 115 steps.
11:48.
62.
And of course, 11:58.
249.
Now let's move up to the time frame of 11 to 12. I'm sorry, 12 to 1.
12 to 1.
All right. So this is the time frame from 12 to 1. What time does it start as far as speed is concerned?
Speed, it starts at 12:07 p.m.
And what is the speed at 12:07?
It's 1.35 meters per second.
Is that somebody walking?
Taking a step.
Okay. And then, and so that speed is measured up until when?
To 12:59, 47 seconds, just shy of 1 o'clock.
So what about from 12:08 to 12:57 on distance traveled?
You have at 12:08 you got 316 meters. At 12:18 you have another 88 meters. 12:23 33 meters. 12:33 another 211. 246 211, and then at 12:58 you have 229.
And then flights climbed.
Flights climb, you have one flight recorded.
And then what about your steps from 12:08 to 12:57?
You have 477 at 12:08. At 12:18, 138. 12:23, 51. 12:33, 343. 12:46, 340, and at 12:57, 359.
So would that be consistent with somebody, say, cleaning their car and walking around the woods? Which are on. And then I'm going to go to number 16 at the bottom there. What is that time frame?
Okay, you got from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the 13th, and that is distance traveled is 51 meters at 5:39 a.m. At 5:57 a.m. you have 4.23 meters traveled. And then stepwise at 5:39 you have 68 steps, and at 5:57 you have 9.
All right. And I jumped ahead. I'm going to go back to the areas of 1 to 2, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on the 13th. Again, and you can just summarize, Investigator Perry, for 10:13 at 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
You have distance traveled 515 meters, 3 flights of stairs climbed, and a maximum speed of 1.3 meters per second.
And then from the time frames of 2 to 3.
You have total distance 61 meters, 1 flight, and maximum speed 1.09.
All right. Okay. Investigator Perry, if you'll just answer any questions defense may have.
Thanks, sir.
Next witness is going to take a hot minute. I don't know if you want to take an early break. And
We'll take an early break. Go back to jury ready. Give us a call.
Yes, that house was lived in by Chris.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Jared Sparkman,
Investigator Sparkman, with whom are you employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
since 2016.
And what is your current role there?
I'm Sergeant of the Homicide Unit.
And what is your prior employment history with law enforcement?
After I graduated from the University of South Carolina in 2008, I began my law enforcement career with Anderson County Sheriff's Office in 2011 after I graduated the Criminal Justice Academy. I was there until 2016. I went to Greenville County Sheriff's Office in uniform patrol. I was in uniform patrol for about a year. I went to work in the White Collar Investigations Unit. From there, I was promoted to the rank of Master Deputy in the Armed Robbery Unit. I was there for a period of time, and then in 2020, I went to the Homicide Unit. I was there until 2023. I got promoted to the rank of Sergeant. I went back to uniform patrol. I was there for a few months until a sergeant position came open in homicide, and that's where I currently am. I have attended multiple advanced homicide classes. There's a 2-week class that the University of Louisville puts on. It's a very prestigious class. Multiple other week-long classes for homicide investigations, along with other advanced week-long classes such as shooting reconstruction, interview and interrogation, classes like that.
And are you the one of the lead detectives or investigators in this case?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become the lead in this particular case?
So on October 13th, 2021, it was a Wednesday, around 11 o'clock, I was at my desk at the Law Enforcement Center. I was made aware that there was a homicide in Greer. I was deemed to be the lead investigator on the case. I was tasked with being the lead investigator on the case, and then I responded to the scene.
All right, so tell the jury about responding to the scene and what you saw and what you do.
When I got there, I meet with Uniform Patrol, get as much information as I can from them. For a homicide investigation, there's a lot of things that need to be done and a lot of things that need to be done fairly quickly. So I delegated tasks.
What about, do you assess the scene and meet with different parties to figure out the situation?
Yes, sir. So one of the people that was on scene was Bradley Post. I know Bradley Post arrived in a small red Mercedes sports car. I was advised that he found his fiancee, Christina Parcell, deceased in the house. And then Mr. Post then went back to the Law Enforcement Center to be interviewed while I remained on scene.
And are you gathering sort of background information about the victim and the residents of everyone who's living there?
Yes. That house was lived in by Christina Parcell and her sister Tina, along with Christina's daughter Ida. I know that doing some other background investigations at that house that there was priors for harassment and stalking that Ms. Parcell had filed a complaint on.
And do you then start deciding how you're going to attack the case?
Yes. So like I said, we delegate tasks. One of the first things that I like to do that's important because it's time sensitive is capture cameras. I asked Investigator Stokes to canvass the neighborhood to look for any ring cameras, talk to any witnesses. A lot of times those ring cameras, or whatever cameras they are, if they're recording for nonstop, the information, the footage that I need may not be there by the time I need it. So that's a time sensitive matter.
And did y'all start looking for ring cameras and those kind of things?
Yes, sir.
And were you delegating those out?
I was.
Were one of your leads to an individual named Alex Fields?
Yes, sir.
And did you talk with him about any relationship to this case?
I did.
And was it standard policy for you when you talk to somebody at this early in the stage, would you take a DNA sample of them?
Yes, at this point, we didn't have a lead. We didn't have a good lead. So anybody that we come in contact with that we feel like has a connection, we get a DNA sample.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 181 and ask you if you can identify that.
Give me over. Yes. This is still sealed, but I know that inside of this is the bubble swab that I got from Alex Fields.
So you did take his buccal swab?
I took it myself, yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It's a cotton swab. It's like a long Q-tip. You just swab it inside of their cheeks. You get 2 of them. You put it in a container, put the lid on it, and you seal it up.
Is that your JDS one? Is that?
Yes, sir.
you?
That's me. Yes, sir.
Your
First, middle, and
target?
last name. Yes, sir.
And once you take the swab, you secure it in a tube,
Yes, sir.
and then what do you do with it?
I secured in property and evidence.
So you're at the scene, you're looking for any leads that you can possibly get. What's your first big break?
Investigator Stokes comes to me. I'm speaking with Christina's sister, Tina, in my vehicle. He comes to me and says, we got some footage from right across the street at 121 Cambridge, which y'all seen. That's huge because not only does that give us a description of our suspect, it also gives us a time frame to start narrowing our search down for.
And so that was the ring camera of the suspect walking into the front door.
Yes, sir. That was the ring camera that shows white male in dark clothing with a backpack going into the front door of 122 Cambridge Drive.
And so from there, what did you necessarily do? By doing that, how does that narrow your investigation?
Well, we know that at that time at 9:15 in the morning, we know that's when our suspect goes in. So we focus. We start at 9:15. We work our way out. We work forwards and backwards to try to get any video that we can find of the suspect entering the area, leaving the area, how he got there, things like that.
All right, so when was the first time you ever heard the name Zach Hughes?
First time I ever heard that name was October 22nd, 2021, when we were speaking with Michael Manigault in the interview room.
So that was your first lead towards him.
Yes, sir.
And up until that time, what have y'all been doing?
We've been interviewing and in as many people as we could that we feel like had information for this case. People that had connections to Mr. Mello, people that had connected, that knew Tina, that knew Christina, just that knew everybody. We didn't have much to go on other than that ring camera. So we were just talking to as many people as we could.
Now, you spoke to Mr. Manigault. Did you take his DNA sample? Not you personally, but was his DNA taken?
His DNA was taken, yes, sir.
I think it was taken by Master Deputy Wolf.
I believe so.
Did you take his phone,
Yes, sir.
and did you send that over to be downloaded and reviewed?
We did.
So was it sort of normal protocol to take DNA samples and phones from individuals that may be potentially related to this case?
Yes, sir. There was a connection with Mr. Manigault and Mr. Mello, and obviously we know Mr. Mello was going through this heated child custody battle. And, we didn't have much to go on. We were still grinding away. So we just want to get as much information as we can. And if we don't need it, we don't need it. But at least we have it.
And so was your next big break was the flock camera?
Yes, sir. When we were speaking with Mr. Manigault, Investigator Wolf, who spoke to y'all earlier, he went and did some research on Mr. Hughes and did some research, found his truck, found him on a flock camera, as you saw the day of the murder, with that bicycle in the back of his truck. And that was the only day that bicycle was in the back of that truck.
So is that when y'all were able to get a warrant for 200 Tyndall?
Yes, sir.
Was that the residence of Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And at 200 Tyndall, is that first time y'all really laid eyes on Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to seize his phone?
We did.
And what do you do when you seize these phones? I know there's multiple phones. For example, you obviously seized and took the victim's phone.
Yes, sir.
Christina Parcells.
Yes, sir.
So Zach Hughes' phone, what do you do with it?
We take it and we get a search warrant for it, and we send it to our unit that does data extractions on cell phones, and they get as much information off of that cell phone as they can.
And now once those downloads are produced and put in that, I think Jim Perry talked about Cellbrite Reader, and I think we spent a lot of time looking at Cellbrite Reader just a moment ago. Do you review that with the experts on the phone side, or y'all coordinate with that information that you derive from that phone?
Yes, sir. We review it. I'll review it on my own. I'll review it with them because they're more familiar with that process. So we do it together.
Okay. And what are you looking for inside those phones?
Looking for anything from pictures to location data to phone calls. We look through the address book, messages, anything that we can get out of that phone is what we're looking through.
And on Zach Hughes' phone, we've heard some testimony to it. Were you able to locate WhatsApp messages?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall sort of the difficulty in those WhatsApp messages that you had in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
So those WhatsApp messages, when they were recovered from Zach Hughes' cell phone, when we got them, they were in a scrambled state. The words weren't in order how they should be. It made no sense. And the reason for that is when a WhatsApp is deleted from a device and then recovered using what they use to do the forensic download of the phone, when they're recovered, they're in a scrambled state.
And now in WhatsApp, if we communicate with each other on my phone to your phone in WhatsApp, is there any way to get that information from the WhatsApp corporate office?
No, WhatsApp is encrypted end to end. We'll send a search warrant to WhatsApp, and there's nothing they can give us as far as the meat and potatoes of these conversations. What they'll give us is the account information of each number, of each WhatsApp number, and that's basically it.
And did you in fact send a search warrant to WhatsApp?
We did.
And did you get any of these messages from WhatsApp?
No, sir.
Now, did you review all of those WhatsApps?
Yes, sir.
And about how many WhatsApps do you think you reviewed?
It was a lot, hundreds and hundreds.
Enough to fill a thick binder?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you went through all of those?
Yes, sir.
And in those WhatsApps, when you're reading the messages, are the words in a coherent order, or do you have to kind of analyze what they are?
I have to analyze what they are.
And did you analyze what they are in relation to the facts that of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right, and were you able to pull relevant WhatsApp messages that you believe to be relevant to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's already been into evidence, States Exhibit 173. So what is States Exhibit 173?
This is the first page of the report that was extracted from Zach Hughes' cell phone. And it shows a WhatsApp conversation. This conversation is between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
So would this be the first WhatsApp communication between those two individuals
Yes.
that you recovered?
That we recovered. Yes, sir.
All right. What's the date of that?
December 7th, 2020.
Is that October 7th?
I'm sorry, October 7th, 2020.
There we go. Is that better?
Yes.
And so it says instant messages, and up there, what's that number right there?
1,769.
And what does this say right here?
That says scrambled.
And is this date accurate right here? I mean, the time in which it was sent accurate?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
I know that when Cellbrite provides the report, they automatically adjust the time to make it correct.
So it's in Eastern
They
Standard Time.
they convert it, I guess, is their way to put it, convert it from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
All right. And so this first message from Zach, and I'm assuming that's Zach up there.
Yes, this report, it pulled a picture of Zach Hughes. And also when we got the return back from WhatsApp, it did give us that picture as his profile picture. It's his picture. It has his telephone number that ends in 0020, says Zachary Hughes owner.
And so what is this first message on October 7th, 2020 at 11:40 a.m.?
It says, it's John Zach.
So when we're talking about scramble, is this an easy sort of example of the scramble?
Yes, sir. I feel confident I could unscramble that.
So what do you think? What would you derive from that as far as your investigation?
Well, knowing that this text is from John Mello, because it has right here his number at whatsapp.net and says John Mello. We know that's his number because that number was in his email signature from the Google emails that we sent. So I know it says Zach. I know it says Zach. It's John.
And you also know that, do you know that Zach spells his name Z-A-C-K?
I do know that. I know that some documents were located in his room at 200 Tyndall, and that's how his name was spelled on it.
And then this would be a response right there. And so again, it says, what does it say?
It says scrambled.
All right. And this little dot there,
So that little red, it's an X. I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's an X, and that's on all of these messages from both parties. That means that this was a deleted WhatsApp that was recovered.
and so who was the response from?
The response is from Zachary Hughes, and I know that because it has Zachary Hughes' phone number, ends in 0020.
And he's in green, is that correct?
Yes, sir. On all of these messages that you will see, the ones on the left in blue are all from John Mello. The ones on the right in green are all from Zachary Hughes.
All right. And so what does this message say?
I'm going to read it as is. It reads, is on it other the my man how side.
And
I interpret-
your interpretation of that. This is your interpretation in relation to your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir. I interpret that as how's it going on the other side, something to that extent. And I believe I know that because I know that at this time, Mr. Mello was on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean in Italy. Mr. Hughes was in the United States.
All right, I'm going to show you some more WhatsApps, and we'll go through them the best we can. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183. Did you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a printout of some more WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zach Hughes from April the 16th of 2021 to April the 17th of 2021.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 183 into evidence. Okay. Objection. All right, you said the dates are April 16th, 2021. Put us in context of what's going on in this particular case in April of 2021.
If you recall, April of 2021 is when Christina was able to go to Italy and bring Ida back to the United States, to South Carolina.
All right. So there is the first message, and it's in blue. So who's it from?
This is from John Mello.
All right. And what does that message say?
Up in WhatsApp, you was setting sorry.
In relation to this investigation, do you have any significant interpretation of that?
It says WhatsApp in there.
So you derive, it's talking about WhatsApp.
It's talking about this application.
And the next one is, what's the date of that one?
The date is 4/17, April 17th, 2021.
At what time?
It's at 6:55 a.m.
And
This is from John Mello. It says, secret phone number, got I dude, private Christina's.
so how did you interpret that in relation to this investigation?
I interpret that as, dude, I've got Christina's private number.
And then what looks like 2 minutes later, what's the date on that?
The same date, April 17th, 21 at 6:57 a.m.
And what does that one say?
This is a message from John Mello. It says, harass shit of her 5142. We can the 864 out 483.
So how did you interpret that in relation to this case?
I believe he's providing Christina's phone number, which I know ends in 5142. He's saying harass the shit out of her.
the top. What is that? First message there.
This is a message from John Mello on April 17th of 21 at 8:33 a.m. He sends a JPEG image. You can't tell, you don't know what the image is. It didn't recover the image, only that an image was sent.
All right, so why can't you recover the images?
Because it's encrypted. The fact that it was encrypted and the fact that it was deleted from his phone, the images weren't able to be recovered.
The next one.
The next one's from John Mello, same date at 8:33 a.m. It says, email please to this me photo.
And Zach Hughes' response.
Excellent, haha.
Now, you don't know what that photo is.
No, sir.
Do you know when John Mello emailed Zach Hughes photos of Christina Parcell when with no clothes on? We've looked at them all morning.
I know it was around this time. I don't recall the exact date, but I know it was around this time.
About middle of May.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? All right. Back to the top.
This is a message from Zach Hughes to John Mello. The same date at 8:37, just did. He, right after that, says, of her, photo, great. Great photo of her is how I see that. John Mello, just shortly after, responds with thanks. And then Ibar got a, I don't have an interpretation for that. This is also on April 17th of 21 at 8:38. Zach Hughes messages, let's talk later, next hour's teaching, I'm the 6-4 but. I translate that as, let's talk later, I'm teaching. He's busy teaching something, likely piano lessons or some type of musical lessons. He then states shortly after, you stop thinking, guys, been about none. And Mr. Mello responds with thanks, okay. And then thank you, brother. This message is from John Mello, April 17th of 21 at 8:39. It states, dollar burner phone, buy cheap, a store. I interpret that he's telling him to buy cheap burner phone from a store. He then states, haha, something else, no for. And then he states, message, ignore that last, shortly after. Then Mr. Mello again states, burner pay, get, will, I, a, but.
What do you interpret that as?
It looks like he's saying he'll pay for the burner phone.
What do we use a burner phone for?
A lot of people use, in my training experience, they use burner phones when they don't want, what's on their actual phone to come out. A lot of it's used in a lot of drug deals. It's just a cheap phone that people can get. They're not associated with that number, and they can toss it when they're finished with it.
All right. We're going to move on to another date. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 184. Show you States 184. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Are those the WhatsApp messages that we reviewed, we've been discussing?
These are still the WhatsApp messages in the same report from May the 15th of 2021 to May the 20th of 2021.
All right, I'm going to show you the first one here. Who is this? Oh, sorry, State Moves 184 does this. Okay.
This is Mr. Mello. He sends another JPEG image to Zachary Hughes. Again, we don't know what the image is, but with that image, he sends a message and it states, my Christina, our daughters present mother, JPEG, gentlemen and ladies, Parcell. I interpret that as, ladies and gentlemen, I present Christina's mother.
And then is there a second?
There's a second image. It's another unknown JPEG image.
And what about that?
At 8:18 p.m., the message states Warren Escort Caroline, aka Sweet. That's relevant in this investigation because, as you saw from some of the items that were in these packages that were mailed out, Caroline Warren's name, the name Caroline Warren was on there.
So those were the items that were in the packages.
Yes, sir.
show you State's Exhibit 185. So you State's 185.
These are more of the WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zachary Hughes. These are dated from May 23rd, 21 to July the 3rd of 2021.
State moves 185 into evidence. Without objection. Objection. And we'll start at the top with the date.
This is from Mr. Mello to Mr. Hughes on May 23rd, 2021 at 2:13 p.m. Just states no. The following message is on the following day, May 24th at 3:42 a.m. It states, part the is writing its best. A few hours later at 8:15, Mello states, listen should make that you from today, Greenville, thinking I'm. And then a couple minutes later, he sends a message that says mail.
Why did that grab your attention?
That grabbed my attention because he's talking about mailing things from the Greenville area. And I know,
Potentially.
right, potentially. And I know that we've got these, I know about these letters that have been sent out. So it piqued my interest. Mello states on the same date at 8:17 a.m. an outside mailbox.
And then does Zach Hughes respond?
Yes, sir. Zach Hughes responds at 8:18 a.m., says, all right. He follows that up with a message and it reads, I'm riding bike my way that. I interpret that as I'm riding my bike that way. And then right after that, he states, the message says, B won't camera on truck. The truck won't be on camera.
And now more from John Mello.
John Mello at 8:19 a.m., still on the 24th of May. This message reads, Charlotte Post, be your day outs info, flight mailed from in Wood, same mark, the is. Charlotte. I think you skipped over one. You come down a little bit. Then Mello states, puts Charlotte in you, puts you in Charlotte. Mr. Mello then states at 8:20 a.m., it says, and sunglasses, baseball, wear a hat. He's saying, wear a baseball hat and sunglasses.
Now, did you, in viewing Mr. Hughes' phone, were you able to determine if whether Mr. Hughes visited Mr. Mello?
Yes,
And what about time what date did he visit Mr. Mello?
it was in June, early June of 2021.
How do you know that?
That is from just conversations that were pulled from messages from his cell phone.
Is there also a video on Zach's phone, Hughes, that you?
Yes, a video was pulled from Zach Hughes' cell phone, and it was a FaceTime. It was a recording of a FaceTime between John Mello and Ida Mello.
And who was doing the recording of the FaceTime?
I believe it was Zach Hughes that was doing the recording from his phone.
And who was he with in the recording?
John Mello and Zach Hughes were together.
And who was John Mello talking to?
John Mello was talking to Ida.
And about what time was that?
That was May 31st, 2021.
And was John Mello in Italy?
John Mello was in Italy. Therefore, Zach was in Italy.
All right. And then finally, they continue this conversation.
Yes, sir. They continue at 8:20 a.m. John Mello's, the message says, misspelling of phone, lobby, your, into, or Poinsett on go, the hotel, upstairs, down, sit, and play. I believe he's saying go to the Poinsett Hotel and sit down upstairs and play, likely the piano, because that's what his background is in. At 8:21, still on May 24th, John Mello states nice. A minute later, it says, time you post downtown 27. He has even our postman. It made camera 2 gets by office if on stops the. I know he's talking about a postman and he's talking about a camera. He then states, from come it anywhere would. I look at that and see it could come from anywhere.
And what does Zach Hughes say?
At 8:24 a.m., it states, bought gray baseball yesterday, a nondescript cap.
So as far as your investigation is concerned, how did you interpret that?
With these last few messages, they're obviously trying to conceal identity, trying to keep out of view of cameras that may be nearby.
And did Zach Hughes respond? Did you respond?
At 8:24, it states from Zach Hughes, drop just my ride in a box, in N box, it, I'll, and somewhere outside bike.
So what is your interpretation of that?
He's talking about riding his bike somewhere and dropping something in a box outside.
And what does he say?
Then states, good point. Mr. Mello responds at 8:25. This message states, too hard there or find. I interpret that as they are hard to find, likely. Mr. Mello then states, office post throughs drive are at the day. Something about post office.
These are all from Mr. Mello?
Yes, sir. We're still in blue. Mr. Mello at 8:26. This message says buying the U online or postage. I think he's saying, he's asking, are you buying the postage online? Then says, this message states, just that by UA, but B are heavy, will, Shramo, easy letters. And then stamp is the next message. The following message is 8:27 from Mr. Mello. And Stables postage, it can sell, I think, way.
Now, earlier Zach Hughes referred to riding a bike to drop it off.
Yes, sir.
Is that important in this case?
I think it's extremely important. We obviously saw video of our suspect leaving the scene on a bicycle. At 8:41 a.m., Zach Hughes, this message says, of I know one. Then the next message is good thought. John Mello responds with, sets you getting R2. It looks like he's asking, are you getting 2 sets?
Zach Hughes says what?
Yes. Zach Hughes, we're at 9:04 a.m. now. This message says, you let know it was much how I'll. Cash paying. And then first by IAU, updated thumb drive, go, have, I'll keep 2. John Mello responds with, cool, okay.
Thumb drive?
Thumb drive sticks out, paying cash sticks out. Obviously, it's harder to track paying cash if you use a credit card, debit card.
All right, and what's the date of this?
We're May 24th of 21. This is at 9:07 a.m. It's the next message John Mello sends, and it says, to ruin going their weekend. Going to ruin their weekend.
Who do you think there is referring to?
I think there is referring to Ms. Parcell and everybody that received those letters.
Zach's response? Zach Hughes' response?
Yes, sir. Same date, 7:17 p.m. This message, it reads, in hold on can I-5 talk. At 8:21 p.m., the message from Zach Hughes states, before Zoom, you, yeah, Stathicus, we, if, won't, and the can chat. Miller responds at 7:18 a.m. on the 26th at call 9:15. We are at July the 3rd of 21. This is 1:09. Zach Hughes responds with, headed Marina, friends, I'm with to thee. John Mello responds at 1:09 p.m. on July the 3rd. 1 minute call.
Which is probably,
Call in 1 minute. This is at 1:45 p.m. from Zach to John. It says, it reads, sounds is on post like low funds.
now do you see how he spells post?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to States Exhibit 2. How's post spelled on this envelope on States Exhibit 2?
It's incorrectly spelled P-O-A-S-T.
And what was the other response?
From Zach, it states could from benefit as well. check blank A. Could benefit from a blank check. How I look at it.
All right, I'm gonna move on to October 12th. Some more WhatsApps. Change states exhibit 186. These additional WhatsApps, that just like the ones we're reviewing.
Yes, sir.
Start date on those.
Start date on this is October 12th, 2021.
State moves 186 in evidence. Okay. Starts there. All right, and that's John Mello in blue.
John Mello still in blue, and this first message is dated October 12th, 2021 at 8:58 p.m. It reads, her arms who chopped off.
And what do you think you're referring to?
I think it should read, who chopped off her arms. I think he's referring to Christina Miller, or Christina Parcell.
Photo.
Yes,
photo of
a
Christina
photo of Christina Parcell.
All right, and then this next one.
Same date. No, I'm sorry. This is on October the 13th, 2021 at 10:06 a.m. Burden.
Sorry, is this Mello?
This
sending
is
message?
from John Mello to Zachary Hughes. Burden if way, but Ada, life, like family, finally, beg down case, and lawyer love, more doomed, been a count think, than not listening is totally nothing, her it matter as I, 14 November, at would so leave, has me, stake you to point, let have all even taking our due, close, stay, we, she, and us right of hate control, brother, no needs, was this can very far, your for come say with on thee. I don't know what it says. I know it's talking about a burden. I know that it mentions a lawyer. I know it mentions Ada.
And then what time does Zach respond on October 13th, 2021?
Zach Hughes responds at 11:36 a.m. on October 13th, 2021 with LOL.
And then again,
The next message right after it reads, I know brother.
going to, what's the date?
We're still on October 13th, 21 at
What time?
11:36 a.m.
That's current time, that's local time.
That's local time. Zach Hughes' message states, let's talk in a bit. The following message, still on the 13th at 2:48 p.m. It reads, soon we'll working up later catch in week, I'm never mind thee. John Mello responds on October 13th, 21 at 2:49 p.m. And it reads, asleep till fell I was 5-man, Saudi Jup.
And then Zach Hughes responds.
At 2:50 p.m. No worries, man. Still on October 13th at 2:50, John Mello sends this message, and it reads, 3 now couldn't information since thing after another. Thee are single bit I sleep today, our raising, it's here at fees worried. Night, building 1 weeks or not lawyer. I'm maintenance in can't of OTS about everything eat they'll my a last. And he follows that up a minute later with, and it reads, up be you or woke. Again, me night, GLSD, I'm.
Any significance?
It looks to be like it's talking about nighttime, woke me up, possibly. Zach Hughes responds at 2:51 p.m. This message reads, just manager got well, I, LOL, texted work at off the night. And then a minute later, Zach Hughes sends a message that, and it reads, chat lets in little a bit.
And then
October 13th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m., John Mello sends Zach Hughes a message. And this, it reads, that did research on music, how go?
that's October 13th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
And what did he respond?
At 2:53 p.m., the message reads, phone over, tell you good, the I'll.
How do you interpret that?
Good, I'll tell you over the phone. Then Mr. Mello responds with, cool.
Is that the last WhatsApp that was ever recovered?
Yes,
And do you recall Investigator Perry's testimony about a how long the conversation they had in the afternoon of the 13th?
I do
How long was that?
believe it was about an hour and 20 minutes.
What did you interpret that music research as?
I don't believe it was really music research. I believe John Mello sent a message to Zach
Can I
Hughes in
check
code.
his interpretation of what it wants to say?
All right. So, Investigator Sparkman, did you also review the Gmails between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And I know in the entire team, they just sent out search warrants for those Gmails.
Yes, sir.
And as far as numbers of Gmails from John Mello's email address and Zach Hughes' email address, how many emails do you think you received between the two of those?
Hundreds. It fills up a large 3-ring binder.
All right, so did you cull it down to emails just between John Mello and Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 190 marks for identification purposes only. Can you look at that?
Yes, sir. These are the emails between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And did you have the occasion to review those?
Yes.
And you know when those emails began?
Yes, sir. They began August 29th of 2020.
And when did they end?
They ended October 20th of 2021.
Okay, is that when John Mello returned home?
Yes, sir.
Back to the United States?
Yes, sir.
Now, in reviewing all of these Gmails between Zach Hughes and John Mello, what was the basic theme involved in all these?
That Zachary Hughes was very involved, extremely involved with.
I object to, this kind of summary. If they have specific emails they would like to try to introduce, that's one thing, but just giving his interpretation of all of these emails.
Well, Starfish, that isn't Mello. That's Post. That's the boyfriend. Mello is the husband, the ex-husband who's living in Italy. And I think he was like exonerated. I remember them earlier in the testimony saying something about basically they didn't move forward with pressing charges. But I don't know if they just delaying something or what the truth really is, because clearly that man had that woman knocked off by his best friend. Like, I don't know how else to flip it, twist it, turn it. He had his best friend knock off his ex-wife. Well, was she even really his wife? Because I thought he was already, well, yeah. Or he remarried real quick. I don't know. It's a weird situation, y'all.
Frame when I Please continue. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Please record. Investigator Sparkman, you had identified State's Exhibit 190 for identification purposes only. Can you tell us what that was?
These are email communications between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And the dates of the first email to the last email?
First one is August 29th of 2020. The last one is October the 20th of 2021.
Okay. And you were able to review those emails,
Yes,
and you sort of analyze them the same way you did the WhatsApp in relation to your investigation?
I did.
And in those emails, as between Zach Hughes and John Mello, is Zach Hughes either what I'll call CC'd or blind copied on emails from John Mello to various family court attorneys?
Yes, there are lots of those emails that John Mello sends to attorneys or other people regarding the child custody dispute. Zach Hughes is either CC'd on them or blind copied on them.
Right. Are there emails where Zach Hughes assists John Mello in writing emails or maybe papers regarding the child custody dispute, or corrects or edits some of that information regarding the child custody dispute for John Mello?
There are.
Are there emails where Zach Hughes are there emails where John Mello tells the family court attorney that Zach Hughes is allowed to communicate with the attorney?
Yes.
And that is regarding the child custody case over he and Christina Parcells' daughter.
Yes, sir.
And are there emails where Zach Hughes himself is communicating directly with John Mello's family court attorney?
Yes, sir.
And are there instances where Zach Hughes is running errands or doing things in furtherance of the child custody?
Yes, sir.
And are there emails between Zach Hughes and John Mello discussing the child custody?
There are lots of them.
And what do those say?
They're just talking about the situation. Mr. Mello's getting frustrated. You could tell he's getting frustrated based on words that he uses. going to different attorneys. John Mello's talking about how he's getting frustrated with attorney A. And that we need to reach out to a different attorney.
And are a lot of these, I know they started in when they begin in October, or August, from around April to October 13th, that time frame. Would that be the time frame when Aida was given custody to Christina Parcell and Aida moved back to South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
In that time frame, were there a lot of those emails regarding the custody dispute?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Zach Hughes was well aware of the custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes, sir.
And finally, were the emails, communications between Zach Hughes and John Mello, were they caring for each other?
Yes.
In what way?
There's messages in there where one tells the other they love them. The other one will say, love you back.
All right. In addition to your duties as investigator, did you review Zach Hughes's photos on his phone?
Yes, sir.
And we've had prior testimony, but those are downloaded. The photos inside his phone are then downloaded as the images in which they're in there.
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed all of those?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 188. What is State's Exhibit 188?
This is an image that was recovered from Zach Hughes's phone. It appears to be a picture of some typing that states to John Mello and his lawyer.
So do you recognize this?
I do.
And where was this? What date was this? What date was this photo captured on his phone?
I believe it was August 13th of 2020.
2021?
Yes, sir.
State moves 188 in evidence.
Objection. Objection 188.
All right, what does it say?
To John Mello and his lawyer, please find enclosed photos and advertisements of Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren.
Now, how was that related to your investigation?
As we've touched on before, the name Caroline Warren appeared on these printouts that were mailed in these photos to various people.
Next, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 187. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 187. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is an image that was recovered from Zachary Hughes's cell phone,
Was it covered from what area of his cell phone?
his photos.
So would it be a snap or a screenshot, I guess what they call it?
Yes, this appears to be a screenshot of an image that was recovered from Zach's photos.
State moves 187 in evidence.
Objection 187. That's part of the record.
All right. And so what is this image?
This is an image. The date on this image is June 23rd of 2021 that the reports showed for this image. But this is an image of a message conversation where someone sends the address of 122 Canebrake Drive, Greer, South Carolina, 29650 to, if you pull it down just a little bit for me, the opposite way. So this is a conversation involving John Mello.
All right. And why is a snapshot of that address important?
Because now John Mello knows where Christina lives.
And if John Miller knows where Christina lives, who else knows?
Zach Hughes.
This was on Zach's phone. One last one. State's Exhibit 189. based on those emails, is it fair to say that John Mello was fighting hard for custody of his daughter?
Yes, sir.
And Zach was fully aware of what was going on.
Yes.
What is the one clear way that John Mello could be assured that he would get custody of his daughter?
By making sure that Christina Parcell was dead.
Now, briefly, did you establish a timeline of sort of events based on this entire investigation?
Yes.
Reported events. And before you did that, did you also look at the phone and to Zach Hughes's phone regarding airplane mode?
I did.
And were you able to determine if he'd ever put it out of airplane mode on October 13th?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were the two times in which it came out of airplane mode?
At 2:22 p.m. and at 2:32 p.m.
All right, and why am I saying out of airplane mode?
Because I don't believe the extractions show when the phone is put into airplane mode, only when it comes out of airplane mode.
All right, so I'm gonna show you what's State's Exhibit. $191. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 191. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Did you assist in preparing this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a timeline of the locations of Zachary Hughes beginning on October 11th through October 13th.
And what information is this based on?
This is based on a combination of things: device location from his phone, witnesses, device location, a trail cam that was introduced, Ring doorbell cameras, flop cameras, just different events that were pulled from Mr. Hughes's phone that had a location with it.
All of those are in evidence.
Yes, sir.
All right, no worries, Chanel. I'm gonna do a quick pause to break it down to you real quick. Okay, so the victim, Christina, has been unalived by her ex-boyfriend, or I'm gonna say ex-husband, her ex-husband's best friend. Her and her ex-husband had been going through a severe custody battle, and he ended up taking the daughter over to Italy, and she had to go through like the international folks to get her kid back. All right, but she ended up getting murdered, stabbed real bad. And so of course she passed away. So the friend is on trial right now. We're going through like the text messages between him and the ex-boyfriend, ex-husband. And then the twist to this is that her boyfriend, who is Prost, Mr. Prost, he is actually facing charges for SA of minors. So it's alleged that this was done because the best friend was trying to protect the little girl. But we just watching the trial unfold. I don't want to spill too much because it is an ongoing trial and we are behind, but we are catching up. And I heard that Zachary takes the stand, but the judge has already ruled that he cannot bring up the fact about why he did it. Oh, because he has admitted to doing this. Also, the defense deferred their opening argument. And so we have yet to hear that as well.
Get you to briefly go through this with the jury. I'm trying to avoid technology. State moves 191 into evidence. No objection. Not objection. Mr. Sarton, Investor, if you want to step down right here, if you want, please speak loud so you can see.
Yes, sir. So the first day on here is October 11th, and this timeline shows that between 10:05 and 10:56 a.m., it shows where the trail cam captured Zachary Hughes at 799 Indian Flash Trail. It shows on October the 12th at 1:07 p.m. his phone put him at 210. At 1:18 p.m. his phone puts him at John Mellow's house. From 6:56 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. his phone puts him back at the Mountain House. At 4:30 a.m. it shows that his phone was plugged in or unlocked. The same as 7:42 a.m. From 7:42 a.m. to 11:34 a.m. there's no activity on his phone. At 8:15 a.m. this is when Donna Gorman identifies Zach Hughes. At 9:15 a.m. you see the ring camera from across the street of the incident location showing the suspect going to the front door. At 9:27 a.m. 133 Canebrake Drive captures the suspect leading on a bicycle. At 9:28 a.m. 207 Saratoga Drive captures the suspect leading on a bicycle. At 1:17 p.m. same day, still on the same day, Zach Hughes' phone connects to the Wi-Fi at the Mountain House. At 1:48 p.m. and 2:22 p.m., as I stated earlier, his phone comes out of airplane mode. At 2:32 p.m., that's when the flock camera shows the bicycle in the back of his truck at Rutherford and Bumble. And that is the direction that is coming from the Travelers Rest area back towards downtown. So that would be coming from the Mountain House back towards the city limits, back towards near where he or Mello live. 2:42 is the device location puts in at 200 Tyndall, where he's residing. At 4:23 p.m., there's some location data from scheduled flight on his phone. I believe scheduled flights how he signs up for work. At 6:16 p.m., his phone data puts him at 103 North Main Street. At 7:30 p.m., he's captured on block camera. His vehicle is captured on block camera, the Ford Ranger, at Lawrence in Washington. That's in the city limits. And at 7:15 p.m., at an unknown location, he has a 120-minute phone call with John Mello.
Okay, that's all the state has for this witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going direct for the evening. As I have told you before, you're prohibited from watching any TV coverage of this trial, and you should not do any type of research or investigate anything. Do not look at any social media. I've already asked you to cut off any notifications that you might have on your phone. It really is.
Yeah, we are moving along, okay, because we are already on day 4 and they are on day 6. And as y'all can see, he takes the stand. So we just got to get there. We just got to get there. We are on day 4. Let me go find it. See if I can just go on over to Line Crimes channel. We getting there. See what we. Okay, so here we go. And it's a short day. So we got sauce on it. So we might fly through it a little bit. Now, if it's too fast, just make sure you drop in the chat too much sauce and I'll slow it down.
I gotta make this work. Good morning, President. I want to ask you a few questions about the incident date first. So you talked about the incident date was October the 13th, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was a Wednesday?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
Right? So this was a school day.
It was?
Aida was actually, in fact, at school on that day.
Yes, sir.
And her school was Buena Vista.
Correct.
And that's very close to his residence.
It is. Yes, sir.
How far would you say? You have any idea?
If you were driving, it would probably take a minute or two to get there.
Okay. And we know that Aida used to walk to school.
Yes, sir.
And so law enforcement showed up at the incident location about 11 o'clock. So Aida was scheduled to be home in a few hours after that, when we say, it was mid-afternoon. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned you had somewhat of familiarity with that residence because of an earlier investigation, something about harassment and or stalking. Now, you know that no convictions came out of those allegations, right?
Correct.
Your interview with Bradley Post was on October the 19th, 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was at the law enforcement center.
It was.
Did you speak to him on October 13th, 2021 at Canebrake?
I did not speak with him the day of the incident. No, sir.
Okay. Had you met him prior to October the 13th, 2021?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Was Bradley Post interviewed on the 13th?
He was.
And we've been providing an interview that he did with the coroner's office. And I think Tracy King was present. Is that the interview?
I don't believe it was Tracy King. I believe it was a member of the coroner's office, and it was another investigator. I don't believe it was Investigator King.
Okay, different investigator then. But it was the coroner who did the interview on that day?
He was involved in the interview. He was in there with an investigator. Yes, sir.
Have you watched the interview?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that the coroner really did most, probably 90% of questioning?
Yes, sir. He asked a lot of questions. Yes, sir.
Now, the coroner is not employed by the Green County Sheriff's Office, is he?
He's not.
That's a separate office.
Yes.
The coroners are not tasked with investigating a potential crime, are they?
That's not their primary. No, sir.
So the primary concern is determine cause and manner of death and provide necessary information to family members, things like that.
Yes, sir. Locate a next of kin. Yes, sir.
So Bradley Post was a suspect on that day, right? Just like anybody who would be a close fiance or spouse or something like that. That's just a natural suspect.
He was someone that we definitely wanted to talk to.
But he wasn't interviewed by Greenville County Sheriff's Office investigator on that date, was he?
Not by anyone from the homicide unit. No, sir.
And the buccal swab was collected from him on what day?
I believe it was that day, the 13th.
And was Lieutenant Parcells' phone taken on that date?
No, sir.
When was Lieutenant Parcells' phone taken?
It was not.
It was not taken.
No, sir.
A buccal swab was taken from her, though, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was on October the 15th of 2021?
Yes, sir. It's the 15th.
What was the reason then for taking the buccal swab?
So we could have something to compare and to, trying to think of the word, exclusions. Obviously, obviously Miss Tina lived there, so we knew that her DNA was going to be all over things in the house.
And so the buccal swab was taken October 15, 2021 at the Canebrake house?
No, sir. When I met with Tina to get her buccal swab, it was not at the Canebrake house.
Where was it?
It was at a friend's house.
Okay, but you did meet with her and Bradley Post on October 15th at the Canebrake house?
I did. Yes, sir.
Now, Bradley Post's phone was not collected by law enforcement on October 13th of 2021, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware now from your investigation, by looking at the body cameras of other officers, that he was deleting photographs from his phone while waiting for law enforcement to arrive?
I'm not aware of that. No, sir.
No. Did you watch all the body cameras?
Oh, I believe I did.
Okay, so you don't remember that, him saying that?
I don't recall that. No, sir.
But he certainly had the phone from the incident date until October the 19th of 2021 and had every opportunity to delete, manipulate his phone in any way. Right?
I know that he had possession of his phone until the 19th. Yes, sir.
Okay, now, on October the 15th of 2021, you spoke with Bradley Post at the Canebrake residence,
Yes, sir.
and you mentioned Tina Parcells was also there.
Yes, sir.
And what you spoke to Bradley Post on that day?
I did.
Was your conversation with him recorded?
I don't believe it was. No, sir.
And at that time, Bradley Post asked you whether Ms. Parcells had been wearing her engagement ring, right?
He had brought it up. Yes, sir.
Okay, so
He had asked about the ring.
I'm sorry.
He asked about the ring. Yes, sir.
Okay, so presumably he didn't. If he had to ask you if she was wearing it, he didn't know.
Correct.
And he asked for the ring back.
I don't remember if he asked for the ring back. I know that he just wanted to know if she had it, if she was currently wearing it.
And he told you at that time about the clone that he had of Christina Parcells' phone, did he not?
I don't know if he told me about it then, but I know he told me about it on the 19th when I interviewed him at the law enforcement center.
Okay. And would you, just to refresh your memory, and I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Defense Exhibit number 60 for identification purposes only. Can you
Yes, sir.
recognize what is in, what the contents of that?
Yes, sir. This is one of my supplemental reports.
Okay, and actually, if you look through, it's actually, I believe, all of your supplemental reports.
Yes, sir. It looks to be. Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you could you look at your entry on October the 15th, see if there's anything there that refreshes your memory about whether or not he told you about the clone phone on October the 15th?
Good morning, D Wood. Thank you for your super chat. Everybody say good morning to our boy D Wood in the building.
Okay. Yes, sir. He did.
And was that the first you had heard about this clone phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you seize it on October the 15th?
I did not.
Did you ever seize it?
I seized it on the 19th.
Now, your investigation also led you to Foothills Veterinarian on October the 18th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that date, you spoke with people at the at this facility where Ms. Parcells had worked? Is that
Correct. Yes, sir.
right? And is that where you learned that she had been working part-time
Yes, sir.
and that she had not worked in some 3 weeks since September the 23rd, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you some questions about the October 19th interview with Ms. Post. Where did that interview take place?
At the law enforcement center in our interview room.
There was another investigator in the room with you?
Yes, sir. That was when Investigator King was in there with me.
And did you seize Mr. Post's phone at that time?
Yes, sir.
And that's the phone that we could see when watching the recording of that, the phone that he has out on the table in front of him?
Yes, sir.
When did you take the phone from him?
During that interview.
Was it at the end after the camera was taken off?
Yes, sir. It was near the end of the interview. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you also followed him to his car and took possession of the clone phone, correct?
I did.
So he knew to bring it with him on that day, or have you asked him to bring it with him, or how did it happen to be in his possession? Do you remember?
I don't remember if on the 15th, when he told me about it, I asked him to bring it or not, or if he just brought it on his own, assuming I may would like to look at it.
But that was the phone then that mirrored everything that was being done on Ms. Parcells' phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And prior to your meeting with Bradley Post, you did get search warrants for his phone, for the clone phone, and also for a laptop that he had of Parcells in his possession, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you gave Post phone and these items to someone else at the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
And that was Charlie Cunningham?
Yes, sir.
While those phones were being extracted, was Post allowed to leave the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. He left.
And he went to his home,
Yes, sir. That's where the laptop was.
and an officer went and got that phone?
His attorney came with him, and he went inside, grabbed the laptop, and brought it back out to me. That's all. That's the only thing I needed from the house.
Now, there's been testimony in the case that on October the 19th of 2021, Aida Mello was taken into emergency protective custody. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Did you participate in that?
No, sir.
Were other officers of Greenville County Sheriff's Office participating in that?
Not that I know of.
So it wasn't the Sheriff's Office who did that?
The EPC. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what officers did it.
Okay, but it was the Sheriff's Office, right? Wasn't Dan Bevel the one who was leading that investigation?
I know he was leading an investigation. Yes, sir.
So you weren't consulted about that prior to them going out there?
I remember being told that she was being EPC, placed in emergency protective custody.
Now, we heard testimony yesterday from, maybe the day before, I don't remember, but from a man named Michael Manigault, or Manigault, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. How did you come across his name?
From Investigator Bevel.
Now, you had an interview with Lieutenant Parcell on October the 13th of 2021?
I did.
And that was recorded, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as lead investigator of the case, obviously you're just trying to get all the information, so you asked a very broad and open questions, trying to find out as much as you could, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the questions you asked at the 20-minute mark of the interview, you asked Ms. Parcell about where everybody stayed in the house. And is it true that she told you that Aida's room was being used as a playroom and that she slept in Christine's bed?
I don't specifically recall that, but obviously I recorded the interview, so if that's what it states, then that'd be correct.
And do you recall that at the 23:45 mark, she told you that Bradley Post was at the house every day? It's just asking about the two things. First, prior inconsistent statement, and also it just goes to your
Probably gets a statement of Tina Parcell.
Yes. Tina Parcell. Yeah.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Now, you've already testified that you spent a great deal of time on October 13th, or that the sheriff's office spent a great deal of time canvassing the neighborhood to learn if anyone had cameras or if anyone had seen anyone suspicious. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you handle any of that, or was that up to the uniform officers and other officers?
It was mostly other investigators. Yes, sir.
And obviously, this was very important, correct? Because at this time, you didn't have you didn't know who had done this, so you're trying to get all the information that you can.
That's right.
And so officers would be looking for information, whether anyone had seen someone suspicious or knew the neighborhood, whether they could identify that person.
Yes, sir.
And if an officer had found someone in that position, as lead investigator, you would have been informed about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have done a follow-up interview with that person?
If someone had come to me and said that someone needs to be spoken to, is that
Well, if an officer came to you and said, listen, we have somebody at, 105 Canebrake who says they saw a person's face and thinks they could identify that person, you would have been.
I would have. Yes, sir.
And as you develop suspects, you would have gone to that person with a photo lineup to see if they could identify the suspect.
Yes, sir.
And that never happened, did it?
It did not.
So you never went to anyone who came break the lineup, including Brad Post or Alex Fields or Zach Hughes. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that's because no one had ever said that they had seen a face of the person on the bicycle.
Yes, sir.
So what led you all to go to Donna Gorman's house in October of 2024, over 3 years after the incident?
We went there because as we were reviewing the case, preparing for this, we had realized that no one had ever shown her a picture of a bicycle. So we wanted to take that picture up there and let her see it and ask her if that's who she remembers seeing.
And she had been spoken to on October the 13th, had she not?
Yes, sir.
Riley Stokes?
Yes, sir. It was Investigator Stokes.
And Riley Stokes never came to you and said, listen, we found somebody who can identify the person on the bicycle, right?
That's correct.
And so when you went, well, let me ask you this. During those 3 years, between October of 2021 and October of 2024, Zach Hughes' picture had been shown on the news and the newspaper and other places, social media, numerous times. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in that picture that's shown in the media, he looks quite similar to how he looks now, right? With a full head of hair and a beard.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
In October 13th of 2021, Zach didn't even have facial hair. Did he?
I don't remember if he had facial hair.
Do you remember seeing the trail camera photos?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So that was 2 days before. And then you saw Zach Hughes a couple days, well, about a week later at his house, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was clean shaven on that day.
I believe he was. Yes.
In October 28th of 2024, is that when Ms. Gorman said she saw the face of the person on the bicycle?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you she could identify the guy on the bike?
Sir?
At that time, in October 24, she told you she saw the face of the guy on the bike. Did she tell you that she could identify the person?
She said that she believed she would know him if she saw him again.
Really? You didn't put that in your report, did you?
I mean, I have no, sir.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe I did.
And you can, I mean, feel free, your report's in front of you, but.
No, sir, I didn't put that in there.
And you would agree that identification of a person in a case like that is very significant, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Did you show her a photo lineup?
I did not.
You did mark in your report that she told you that she would not be able, or she would be able to say it was not Bradley Post on the bike, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now your theory is that Zach drove the morning of October 13th from the Mountain House, which we've heard testimony is about an hour away from Canebrake. And in the summary that you provided, you say that he turned his phone off so he couldn't be tracked at 7:45. So if Zach Hughes left the house at 7:45, there's no way that Zach Hughes could have been there at 8 to 8:15 to be seen by Ms. Gorman, is there?
No, I didn't say that he turned his phone off. There's no activity on his phone.
Okay, no activity. Okay. How many ring cameras and surveillance cameras do y'all have that show the guy on the bicycle?
From specific locations, I know that we have one. We have three. And there was one of the locations has multiple cameras.
And the guy on the bicycle is not picked up by any cameras at 8 or 8:15, is it?
No, sir.
And that is a good hour to hour and 15 minutes before the person is seen entering Canebrake, right? The 122 Canebrake.
Yes, sir.
How close is Ms. Gorman's home to 122 Canebrake?
It's fairly close.
Like,
Across the street and over a couple.
so
houses.
on a bike, would it be less than a 5-minute ride, would you say?
From Ms. Gorman's house to 122? Yes, sir.
Okay. And the person on the bicycle was not wearing a hoodie, was he?
It didn't appear that there was a hoodie.
On November the 9th of 2021, you met with Tina Parcell for the purpose of collecting some items from her that she had found at the Canebrake residence. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And one of those items was a blue USB thumb drive that she had found in Christina Parcell's room. Is that right?
I don't remember where she said she found it, but I believe she did bring me a thumb drive.
Did y'all examine that thumb drive?
Yes, sir.
Did you yourself or did other officers? You know?
I believe I did it.
I want to ask you a few questions related to the harassment investigation. And so you're aware that one of the documents in the packages that were mailed was an advertisement for an escort site, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are aware that Christina Parcell did have a past that.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Your Honor, this was brought up by the state. They're the ones who introduced this evidence, and they're.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. All right, objection, sustained.
Your Honor, what is brought up by the state is that they were mailed a photo which has an alleged.
Okay, thank you. I'm able to support. Investigator Sparks, I just want to finish up with asking you a couple of questions about the WhatsApp messages that you testified about at great length yesterday. And you testified about how you collected and put into a binder all of the WhatsApp messages between Zachary Hughes and John Mello. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was a rather large binder of text messages once you got those all.
It was a lot of messages. Yes.
Isn't it true that the overwhelming majority of those messages come after the middle of April when Aida Mello was taken away from John Mello and returned to the States to be with his mother?
I don't know if the majority of them or not. I'd have to look at the book again to refresh my memory on the dates.
Okay. And you talked a lot about interpretations about different messages and what you believe they meant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I would like to show you one of the messages, State's Exhibit number 186. You- Okay. All right, are you able to read that?
I can read that. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this is against State's Exhibit 186, and I just want to point your attention to the one that's the second message on the left on that page. And I'm not going to ask you to try to decipher everything about that, but in that message, we see on the first line, we see the name Aida, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of that line, you see the word doom. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So one interpretation of that message could be, and do you remember the date of that?
Could you please place it back up there? The 13th, October 13th.
And one interpretation of that message could be that John Mello believed that his daughter, now being returned to the States to live with Christina Parcell, meant that she's doomed.
I think there's way too many words in there for me to say that. I will agree that those two words are in there.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any redirect respect?
Yes, Your Honor.
A couple questions.
This word asked you about the coroner's assistants in this particular case.
Yes, sir.
Do they respond to all homicide investigations?
They do.
And sometimes they assist y'all in various duties.
They do.
And don't they have their independent investigative authority under statute as well?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Moyer discussed the clone phone that Brad Post had. All right, so explain to the jury Christina Parcell's phones that she had.
So the one we refer to as the clone phone, that's a phone that Mr. Post kept, that he basically signed into her Apple, using her Apple ID and password when he says cloned. So everything that she does on that phone is not cloned. So he'll be able to see the stuff typically that Apple backs up. Like if you restored your phone from iCloud, emails, contacts, certain text messages and phone calls. That's how that phone was set up.
And he also had Life 360 on her as well.
Yes, he got the Life 360 app, and she was a part of his group. They could see each other's locations.
And did you review the downloads of the phones of Christina Parcell?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed all of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in any of those phones, is there any communication with Zach Hughes?
No, sir.
Is there any email, text message, WhatsApp, Signal, whatever, any kind of application that you saw, any conversations with?
No, sir.
Anything related to Zach Hughes?
No, sir.
All right. They asked you about Donna Gorman.
Yes.
And so when did Riley Stokes speak to Donna Gorman?
I believe it was the day of the incident, the 13th.
And at that time, had y'all located or did y'all have possession of the photos of a suspect leaving on a bicycle in Cambridge neighborhood?
We knew of the footage, but we weren't able to get possession of that until the following day.
And then Master Deputy Wolf testified he went back on the 19th and spoke to her.
Yes.
And you recall what his testimony was? Are you aware that he showed her a photo of a bike?
I don't recall if he showed her a photo of the bike or not. I don't believe so.
And so and then 3 years later, are you working with the solicitor's office on preparing this case?
I am.
And did you make a decision that you needed to talk to Donna Gorman?
Yes.
And you went out there and talked to her. Did you take down what she told you in a report?
Yes, sir.
And did you show her a copy of the individual on a bike?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever show her any photos of Zach Hughes?
I did not.
They asked you about the timeline on Zach Hughes' phone, and they said from 7:42 to 11:34, there was no activity on the phone.
That's right.
But you know that 7:42, he 7:42 he unlocked and closed the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now, can he do that in his car?
He can.
No further questions, John.
All right, any recross?
Just a few follow-up questions. What is Life 360?
Life 360 is an application that you can download on your smartphone, and you can invite people to join your circle. You see each other's locations.
So it's just sharing your location with other persons?
Yes.
Is there anything else significant to that? I'm just not aware of Life 360, so I just.
That's the extent of what I know about it, just locations.
So there's no way to share information, texts, file sharing, anything like that through Life 360, is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the clone phone, again, that you talked about, the way that was cloned was just through sharing Apple IDs, right?
Yes, sir.
And Riley Post wouldn't give you that Apple ID, would
He didn't initially.
So you said Investigator Wolf went back and spoke to Donna Gorman also?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was a few days after Investigator Stokes.
Okay, so before you met with Brad Post on the 19th, you think?
I don't recall. It was close to that time.
Within a week or so of the incident?
Yes, I'd say it is.
So neither Riley Stokes nor Investigator Wolf came back and said, we have a person here who says they saw the face of the person on the bike who thinks they can identify.
That's right.
So nobody ever went out there because she never told us she could to show her a photo lineup, right?
That's right.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Any reread?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down. Thanks, sir.
Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Claire Rose.
Please place your, please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, do solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. for the record.
My name is Claire Rose, C-L-A-R-E, and the last name spelled R-O-S-E.
Dr. Rose, good morning.
Morning.
Okay, actually, just scoot up just a
Oh,
little
I
bit. You pull the microphone a little bit closer just so the jury can hear you. Thank you. Dr. Rose, could you tell the jury where you're employed and what you do for them?
Sure.
currently?
So I'm currently employed at the Greenville County Medical Examiner's Office, and I'm one of the medical examiners there.
And what kinds of things are part of your duties as a medical examiner with the sheriff's office?
As a medical examiner, I perform autopsies on deceased individuals to determine the cause and manner of death.
Could you talk a little bit about your education and background that led you into taking this role?
Sure. So I did my undergrad at the George Washington University, where I received a degree in biological sciences. Following that, I did 4 years of medical school at the Medical University of the Americas. Following medical school, I did 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Knoxville, the University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville, Tennessee. Following residency, I did 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And how long have you been a medical examiner for the sheriff's office?
I started working here in August of 2021, so about 4 years now.
So you were in that role in October of 2021.
Yes.
And to get in that role in October of 2021, you spoke to your education, but did you undergo specialized training specifically for the purpose of conducting autopsies?
Yes. So after I completed my residency training, I took a qualifying examination and became board certified in anatomic pathology. Then after I finished my fellowship training, I took another qualifying examination and became board certified in forensic pathology.
And approximately how many autopsies have you conducted since starting your role with the sheriff's office?
I have done approximately 1,500 autopsies.
At this time, the state would move to qualify Dr. Rose as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection. All right, no objection. He is qualified as an expert. Ladies and gentlemen, a person, as I've said, we're experts. Normally, a person cannot give a testimony when a person testifies. They must testify as to what they either saw, they heard, or they sensed by smell. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion. In certain areas, if the court qualifies them this way, and this witness will be qualified in the area of forensic pathology, give an opinion, testimony in this area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Rose, could you go through with the jury generally what the process is when you're conducting an autopsy from the start of your analysis to going through the steps that you take?
Sure. So first off, an autopsy is a specialized procedure that we perform on deceased individuals, again, to determine the cause and manner of death. And an autopsy consists basically of 2 parts, an external examination and an internal examination. So first we start with the external examination, which consists of examining the body as is presented to us. So as I'm examining the whole body, I'm taking notes through note-taking and photographs and documenting any clothing that's on the body, any personal effects on the body, any medical intervention that may be on the body, just the general characteristics of the individual, such as their hair color, their eye color, their weight, etc. And then I'm also looking for any signs of disease or injury. So once that initial examination is complete, then I will remove all that clothing, all the personal effects, all the medical examination. I will clean the body, and then I will re-examine the body again, the full body, looking again for any signs of disease or injury. So that's the external examination. So once that is complete, I move on to internal examination. And that means opening up the body, taking out all of the organs, and then looking at each organ individually, again, looking for any signs of disease or injury.
And were you tasked with conducting the autopsy on Christina Parcell for this case?
Yes, I was.
And in going through the steps that you just went through, the external and internal examination, are you documenting your findings as you're going through each of those?
Yes, I'm documenting what findings through notes and photographs.
Do you assign each case a unique number to know what you're referencing?
Yes, I do.
For hindsight?
Mhm.
So also in conducting your autopsy, do you put together a diagram or a picture representation of your findings of injuries?
Yes, I do.
Speaking generally as to your external examination of Ms. Parcell, well, let's back up before that. Before you begin your autopsy, are you apprised of general circumstances and the nature of how an individual is found, brought to you before you conduct your autopsy to give you some directive of where to go from there?
Yes, so in this particular case, when I arrived to work, I was made aware of Ms. Parcell.
I would object to hearsay. You should have a statement.
I can be fair, Your Honor. Just generally?
Yes,
you're apprised of those
Yes, I
circumstances?
am.
So speaking to your external examination of Ms. Parcell, what jumped out at you as you were going through there to mark of significance in your report and in your finding?
So I found that there were 35 sharp force injuries to Ms. Parcell.
Okay. Did you reflect those in your diagram that you put together for purposes of reporting what you found?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 192. I'm gonna show you states 192.
Yes.
Is that the diagram that you put together?
Yes, this is the diagram I created.
All right, this time the state moves into evidence, states 192.
No objection. Objections on 192.
Dr. Rose, speaking to how you received the body before you start conducting your autopsy, are there protections put in place to preserve what might potentially be collected as evidence at the time of the autopsy and maybe even down the road?
Sure. So the body is placed in a body bag and sealed, preventing for anyone getting into the bag. Also, handbags are also placed around both of the hands to preserve any evidence that may be present.
But otherwise, the body's brought to you as is from the time it's found.
Yes.
That's important to preserve for any findings that you may make or anyone afterwards. Is that
Yes.
right? And while you're conducting this autopsy, is a forensic technician with the sheriff's office with you to collect evidence for purposes of the case?
Yes, there was one forensic technician present during the autopsy of this person.
I want to go through with you some findings that you made on State's Exhibit 192 as it related to Ms. Parcell. Ms. Stark. Starting with the top. You identified Ms. Parcell on this document,
Yes.
and then you make a note there. Could you explain to the jury what the difference is between a stab wound and an incise wound?
Sure. So first I'll just say what a sharp force injury is. So sharp force injury is an injury caused by a pointed or sharp-edged object. Examples of this include a knife, which is the most common object that we see during our work, but it also may include other objects such as scissors, a fork, screwdriver, basically anything that has a sharp or pointed edge. Then we sharp force injuries, if it's a knife, then we have either a stab wound or an incise wound. And now a stab wound is a wound that is deeper than its length on the skin, and an incise wound is a wound that is its length is longer on the skin than it is deeper. And then so here in this diagram, the shaded oval areas indicate the stab wounds, and partially shaded areas indicate the incise wounds.
So it would be fair to say, when you say stab wound, that's what most people, when they commonplace think of the word stab, is a stab wound. And an incise wound is more of, say, slice.
Yes.
And approximately how many sharp force wounds were located on Ms. Parcell's body as it relates to her torso and her arms?
So to her torso and her arms, there were a total of 9 sharp force injuries, and I can quickly just go through each of them. So starting with the stab wounds, Ms. Parcell had 1 stab wound to the top of her shoulder and 1 stab wound to the left side of her upper chest. Both of these wounds went through the skin and penetrated the underlying soft tissue. Then you have another stab wound to the left breast. This wound went through the skin, the underlying soft tissue, and penetrated the chest cavity and superficially penetrated the left lung. Then we have the 4th stab wound, which is to the left side of the mid-back. This wound went through the skin, the underlying soft tissue, and just penetrated the chest cavity without injuring the left lung. So those are all the stab wounds. And then we have, well, on this one, you can't see all of the incise wounds, but you have 4 inside. Yeah, here we go. So here you see 5 incise wounds. So you have 2 incise wounds to the right upper arm, 1 incise wound to the posterior right forearm, 1 incise wound to the left upper arm, and then 1 incise wound to the posterior left pinky.
I'm going to show you the second page here. Dr. Rose, as to Ms. Parcell's head and neck, how many sharp force injuries were identified in those areas?
So Ms. Parcell had a total of 26 sharp force injuries. So she had 7 stab wounds and 19 incise wounds. And I can quickly go through all of those too, if you would like. Starting with the incise wounds, so she had, as I said, a total of 19 incise wounds to various locations to her scalp, to the right ear, the areas in front of the ear, the areas behind the ear, both cheeks, and to the right side of the interior neck. And again, these wounds just went through the skin and superficially penetrated the underlying soft tissue. Now we have 7 stab wounds to the neck area. We have 1 stab wound to the left side of the posterior neck, and that wound just went through the skin and the deep underlying soft tissue. And then we have a total of 6 stab wounds to the right side of the neck. And these wounds went through the skin, the underlying soft tissue and musculature of the neck, and then perforated 2 major blood vessels that supply blood to and from the head, the right internal carotid artery and the right internal jugular vein.
As to the injuries that affected the carotid and jugular arteries, could those be fatal once serrated?
Yes, those were cause significant amount of bleeding.
And your findings specific to these areas and the locations of the wounds. Are there more wounds on the left or the right side of Ms. Parcell's head and neck?
Majority of the wounds are concentrated to her right side.
And speaking to how the location of these wounds and the a number in significant areas, pointing you to the stab wounds on the right side of Ms. Parcells' neck here.
Mhm.
What would you say was, and when you're determining the cause and the manner of Ms. Parcells' death, which wounds brought the most attention to you? Which were the most significant in your analysis of making that determination?
The most significant stab wounds were the ones to the right side of the neck, the group of 6, well, 5, and then one you can't see, but it's on the kind of, if you move the sheet a little bit down, you will see one stab wounds to the right side. So the group of those 6, the 6 stab wounds are the most significant ones.
Dr. Rose, could you explain to the jury what blunt force trauma is?
So blunt force trauma is just injury to the body that's caused from the body impacting an object or the body impacting an object.
Did you observe findings of blunt force trauma as it relates to Ms. Parcells?
Yes, I did.
What were your significant findings there?
So Ms. Parcell had contusions or bruises to the left side of her face, her anterior neck, and one contusion to her left knee. She also had tiny abrasions or scrapes to her right cheek, her neck, and her left upper extremity. She also had 2 small lacerations or tears in the skin to the right side of her forehead and to her left eyebrow. Additionally, she also had hemorrhage within her scalp and hemorrhage within the left temporalis muscle, which is just a muscle that sits just underneath the left side of the scalp.
So, speaking to the findings of sharp force injuries with relation to Ms. Parcell, are you able to make any substantial findings as to the type of object used or specifics related to that object?
So the appearance of all of the shock force injuries are consistent with a knife being used.
But past that, how specific can you get into making conclusions as to details of the knife, I suppose?
So just on the appearance of Ms. Parcell's wounds, I can't further characterize the type of knife.
In conducting your autopsy, you didn't find any evidence that would aid you in further making a conclusion towards that effect?
No.
Is toxicology a part of the autopsy process?
Yes, it is.
What is toxicology for the juries?
So during the autopsy procedure, I may take samples. For example, I may take blood to run toxicology just to see if there's any drugs in her system that may have contributed to the individual's death.
Were any findings on the end of toxicology significant in your determination of finding cause and manner of death?
No.
Were there any findings as related to illicit drugs in Ms. Parcell's system?
No.
Finally, Dr. Rose, what was your conclusion as to the cause and manner of Ms. Parcell's death?
So the cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries, and the manner of death was homicide.
Dr. Rose, just bringing your attention back quickly to the object that might have been used to cause these sharp force injuries. Did you make any findings as it related to what happened in the process of these injuries being inflicted as it relates to that object, the tipping broke off, or remains of the knife found in her system, or differences in the wounds to that effect?
Can you repeat the question?
So in trying to make a finding or looking for findings as it relates to the object that may have been used in inflicting these wounds, were you able to find any evidence of differences in the wounds, that a different object might have been used or something happened to the object in the course of inflicting these injuries?
So at the time of the autopsy, I did not find any sharp object that may have remained inside or on the body. And then based on the appearances of the wounds, it is most consistent with the knife being used. And that is all that I can say.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Dr. Rose, when did you start? You testified you started in August of 2021.
Correct.
Do you remember what day in August of 2021?
I do not.
Okay, that's okay. You conducted this autopsy on October 14th of 2021.
That is correct.
So the time you conducted this autopsy, you had been on the job just about 2 months, right?
Correct.
You were asked about toxicology. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the toxicology showed that Christina Parcell had amphetamine in her system? Isn't that true?
Correct.
And isn't that a controlled substance?
Yes, it's a stimulant. Yes.
Isn't it true? You talked about the sharp force injuries that you discovered during the autopsy. And isn't it true you talked about incised injuries versus stab wounds, right?
Yes.
And is it true that in your report you used the word superficial or the adjective superficial prior to many of the times you referenced incised injuries? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And you testified that these incised injuries were much longer than they are deeper. Is that
Yes.
correct? In fact, in your autopsy report, is it true that you didn't even calculate whatever the depth was of the incised injuries?
I mean, it's very difficult because they are so superficial.
So
it's-
superficial.
yes.
Right. And is it true that the vast majority of the what you call the sharp force injuries you discovered were incised wounds, isn't that true?
That is true.
And in other words, those are superficial injuries according to your own words, isn't that true?
Yes.
Is it true that you calculated that Christina Parcell weighed 163 pounds? Is that right?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
And she was wearing acrylic fingernails. Is that right? What color were they?
Let me
They red?
let me double check. Yes, they were red. Correct.
One second. Hey. Doesn't hurt. You can redo that.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Dr. Rose, speaking specifically to the amphetamines that Mr. Mormon brought up, were the amphetamine findings in the toxicology consistent with the prescribed amount?
Yes.
Amphetamines, is that the active chemical in, say, Adderall?
Yes.
And he spoke a lot as to the incised wounds and stab wounds found on Ms. Parcell. Just as to the right side of her neck, how many stab wounds were there?
There were 6 stab wounds to the right side of the neck.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. I have nothing further.
Just briefly, and Dr. Rose, he asked you about the quantities being consistent with prescription. Is it also true that it's possible to get illicit drugs in the same quantities as prescription drugs? Isn't that true?
Sure.
Okay, nothing else.
Like you say.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please take a name for the record.
Hannah Burbage,
Ms. Burbage, with whom are you employed?
the Greenville County Department of Public Safety in the Forensic DNA Lab.
And what do you do in the forensic DNA lab?
I'm a DNA analyst.
And what is a DNA analyst?
So a DNA analyst, we examine items of evidence for profiles and then compare them to any references provided.
Can you give us a little bit of your background and employment history and education?
I have a bachelor's in forensic science from Western Carolina University, and I have been employed here about 4.5 years.
And can you tell this jury more specifically, what are your duties and roles in the forensic DNA lab?
So before I became a DNA analyst, I started out as their serologist. So serology is basically examining items of evidence for suspected body fluids, such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as we can kind of find out who might have worn an item or handled an item, and then taking samples forward for DNA analysis. And then once those samples go forward for DNA analysis, the analyst will perform analysis, get the profiles, compare them, and then we write up reports
Okay. And where's all this conducted?
at the DNA lab.
And is the DNA lab here in Greenville?
Yes,
All right. And how long has the DNA lab been in existence?
I believe it was opened in 2011.
And so when you get a sample that you want to be tested, tell this jury how that process works.
So an investigator has to request the DNA to be done. So they fill out a form and what evidence they would like processed. I then review any documentation for that particular case, such as incident reports, crime scene reports, as well as the DNA request and any evidence collected. Once I kind of have an idea of what evidence needs to be processed and what needs to be done on those items. So am I looking for suspected body fluids or am I processing it in a different way? Then I will request evidence from our property and evidence section, which is the location that stores all evidence from crime scenes. They will then get the evidence together that I need. I will go to that location there at the law enforcement center, pick up the evidence from them and bring it back to the DNA lab, which is a secure facility and accessed by key card only. Before processing, I wear personal protective equipment. So lab coat, gloves, face mask. I clean my workbench as well as any tools I'm going to be using with 10% bleach. I process one item at a time and I always start with evidence items before processing reference items.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert in astrology before?
Yes,
How many times?
I believe about 6.
Your Honor, state moves to be qualified Hannah Burbage as an expert in serology.
No objection. No objection. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've said with other expert witnesses, This particular witness will be qualified in the area of serology to give an opinion in that area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate.
Ms. Burridge, I'm going to ask you, were you asked to assist in the performances of various DNA analysis in the case of Zachary Hughes?
So I only performed serology for this case. I did not do any DNA analysis.
Did you perform, but you did perform serology in this particular case?
Yes.
And so how did you, what was the first, how did you understand, how did you know to perform serology in this particular case?
The investigator requested DNA evidence to be processed
Okay, and how was that request made?
through a form, a DNA analysis request form.
And how do you receive that form?
So we have a digital system that keeps track of all evidence that's in property and evidence that I have access to. And there's a staging location for evidence that's been requested for DNA. And I review those requests through that. And that's how I'm notified, or investigators can request to talk to us about cases.
And when you get this request for whatever particular item of DNA, what do you do?
So as I said before, I review all documentation, including the incident report, crime scene reports, as well as the evidence list to kind of get an understanding of the case and what evidence is requested and how I would process the evidence that's requested.
And then do you physically go down to property and evidence and obtain that, obtain it?
Yes,
And then what do you do with it once it's in your possession?
it's brought back to the DNA lab, which, as I said before, is a secure location.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 96 and 97. Ask if you recognize these.
Yes.
And on here, on State's 97, is that your initials? Right there?
Yes.
And did you go to property and evidence and obtain these particular pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And what are they?
Case item number KF-AU1 became our item number 10, which is a sealed package containing buccal swab from Christina Purcell.
Okay. And so you said your item number 10. Explain to the jury how that happens.
So whenever we receive evidence, we label them just to kind of keep track in our system of each item.
And so when you had the request to get the DNA and you went down to property and evidence, how did you do that?
So we drive to property and evidence, which is located at the law enforcement center, and they will provide me with the evidence that's usually scanned into my custody through our digital barcoding system, which is a digital chain of custody.
And once you receive the evidence, do you inspect it?
Once I am back at the lab and ready to begin processing the evidence, I will be inspecting it
And what are you inspecting it for?
to ensure that it's the correct items, as well as everything is sealed and labeled properly.
Did you inspect these two particular items as well?
Yes.
And was there anything significant that you saw about whether they've been tampered with or not?
No.
Did you inspect them to see if they were properly sealed?
Yes.
And was there any issue that you noted on any reports regarding those samples?
I have no notes regarding any issues with the evidence.
If there was something that brought to your attention, would you note that?
Yes, I would document it as well as notify my supervisor immediately.
And would you be able to use it in testing if there was an issue or a contamination or an improper sealing?
Typically, we would not process anything that has not been sealed.
And were these two items sealed properly?
Yes.
We'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 11. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
All right. And is that your initials on there?
Yes.
And would that be when you retrieved it from property and evidence?
So typically when I label evidence, that is the day that I'm actually processing it. When I initially am going to open the evidence, I will label it with our lab number, our unique item number, my initials, and the date that I'm processing it.
And did you retrieve this evidence from property and evidence
Yes.
here at Greenville?
Yes.
And when you retrieved it, did you notice any improper sealing or tampering with the item?
No.
And if you had, would you have put it in your notes?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 100. I'll show you State's Exhibit 100. Get that up. And before I ask you that, on the prior exhibit, did you make it a new DNA number or new DNA item?
Yes, so originally case item number BW-A became our item number 11, which was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Michael Manigal.
All right, now I'm showing you State Exhibit 100.
Okay, case item number KF-N1 became our item number 12, a sealed package containing buccal swab from Zachary Hughes. This is the one that I processed.
So that would be what item number?
Originally, case item KF-N1 became our item 12. This is the second buccal swab was labeled as a different item number,
What item number was that?
KF-N2.
Now, did you retrieve this from property evidence?
Yes.
And when you retrieved it, how did you find it?
It was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Zachary Hughes.
Did you notice that it had been tampered with?
No.
Had there been any issue with the sealing that you noticed?
No.
So in your inspection, was it properly sealed?
Yes,
And where did you take the sample?
at the DNA lab.
I'll show you States Exhibit 94 and 95. See if you recognize these.
Yes.
And what are these?
So case item number KF-AU9 became our item 2, which was a sealed package containing fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. And then case item number KF-AU10 became our number item 3, which was a sealed package containing fingernail clippings from victim's left hand.
Did you collect this from the Greenville County Property and Evidence?
Yes,
And do you recall how, when you obtained these items, what condition they were in?
they were sealed.
Any issues with them being marked, open, contaminated, or anything like that?
No.
I'll show you States Exhibits 98 and 99. Show you States Exhibit 98 and 99. What are those?
Excuse me. Case item number KF-32A became our item number 5, and it is a sealed package containing swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle. And then case item KF-32B became our item number 6, a sealed package containing swab from left handle brake of black Kona bicycle.
And did you retrieve those from the Greenville County Property and Evidence here at Greenville?
Yes,
And did you notice any issues when you received it from DNA?
No.
Was there any tampering with these items?
they were sealed.
They were sealed properly.
Yes.
So once you get these items back to the DNA lab, what do you do with them?
So they are stored until I'm ready to begin processing. And then, as I said before, once I'm ready to begin processing, I'll put on my PPE, clean my work area, and then open one item at a time for processing. Once I'm done taking either testing or taking samples from that item, I'll seal it back up and then move on to the next item. I work all evidence items first before references. Any samples that I take are given their own unique item number and barcode number to maintain chain of custody. And then those items are stored in the freezer until the DNA analyst is ready to begin processing.
Okay, so I'm gonna refer you to your reference number 2A and 3A, clippings of right hand, which is 2A. What did you, testing did you perform on those? Or not testing, what, the right word? Did you take any swabs of it?
Yes, so for item 2, the fingernail clippings from the victim's right hand, observation revealed 4 pink fake nails. A swab of the tips of the fingernail clippings were taken for DNA analysis as item 2A. So the actual nails, I swabbed the tips of them, and then those swabs became item 2A, which were forwarded for DNA analysis.
And did you do that with your item 3A, the left hand?
Yes, so item 3, the fingernail clippings from the victim's left hand, observation revealed 5 pink fake nails, and a swab of the tips of the fingernail clippings were taken for DNA analysis as item 3A.
So tell the story. So when you get these items out, how are you dressed in order to avoid contamination? Literally, what do you do?
I'm wearing a lab coat, face mask, and gloves. I change my gloves frequently, as well as cleaning my surface area, any tools that I'm using, and I clean in between items and cases.
And then how do you swab these items?
So for certain items we're going to take a wet swab. So it's a swab. It looks like a Q-tip, kind of like a long Q-tip. And we will lightly wet it with deionized water and then proceed to actually swab the areas that I'm intending to swab. And this helps pick up any skin cells that might be present in that particular area.
And did you swab the your 2A clippings of the right hand of the victim?
That's what I created, the swabs, item 2A.
And where do you place that swab?
They're placed in DNA Freezer 1, which is where the DNA analyst will then pick them up from.
And what about your items 5A and 6A, the handlebars of the bike, right and left side?
So item 5, the swab from the right handle brake of Black Kona bicycle, since that was already a swab, I am just taking a portion of that. So I literally cut a portion of that swab, place that sample into a tube, and that gets labeled as item 5A and forwarded for DNA analysis. And then item 6, the swab from the left handle brake, I did the same thing. That gets taken a sample forward as item 6A.
And did you put that in a secure storage location?
Yes, those would have been stored in DNA Freezer 1 as well.
Now, in regards to your, what I call them knowns, which would be your 10A, 11A, and 12A, 10A being the victim's known, Michael Manigault's known being your 11A, and Zachary Hughes's being your known 12A. How do you process the knowns?
So as I said before, the knowns are processed last because they're reference items. They're swabs. Buccal swabs are swabs from the inside of your cheek. So they're direct DNA references taken from that specific person, and that's what's used to compare to evidence items. So I would process them the same way by opening one at a time. Since it's a swab, I'm taking a portion of that swab, putting it in a tube, and labeling that as its own unique item number. So for item 10, buccal swab from Christina Parcell, a sample was taken for DNA analysis as item 10A. Item 11, a buccal swab from Michael Manigault, a sample was taken for DNA analysis as item 11A. And buccal swab from Zachary Hughes, which was originally item 12, a sample was taken for DNA analysis as item 12A. And then those would have been stored in the freezer as well.
So how do you take a sample?
I'm literally cutting the swab with scissors, clean scissors.
Now, is this done at a different time than the sort of suspect, the unknown swabs?
Yes, the evidence items I'm processing first, and then reference items are processed last. So they're separated by time and space from the evidence items.
How much time?
Typically, it could be a few minutes to an hour. It just depends on when I'm actually processing the evidence.
And then in between, are y'all cleaning?
Yes, I clean in between each item.
United States moves 96 and 97 in, 111, 100, 95, 94, 99, and 98.
Your Honor, I object to the introduction of all these exhibits pursuant to Rule 901. The state has failed to adequately establish a chain of custody. Failed to authenticate. That would be our objection.
Your objection is noted for the record of the rule, consistent with Sadie Hatcher, Trap, and other cases. Anything from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, we feel the chain under those cases has been met. All of the swabs were taken by witnesses that already testified. They all testified they put it in the property and evidence. Ms. Burbidge just testified that she received it from property evidence in a good condition, non-contaminated condition that she could use and be able to analyze.
I don't think Sadie can, but your objection is noted for the record.
Thank you.
All right.
Now, Ms. Burbidge, who actually did the DNA testing in this?
Tim Outsinger.
All right, and would he have handled other items? Would he have gone and gotten other items from property and evidence?
I would have to refer to the chain of custody. Occasionally, I will pick up additional items later on for additional testing, but I don't actually open them and take samples. For instance, if reference items are submitted later on, I may pick them up from property and evidence with my other evidence, but the analyst can cut it and take it forward for analysis on their own, and the chain of custody would reflect this.
Do you recall taking any other piece of evidence from property and evidence to the DNA lab?
I have about almost 30 items that I have processed for this case.
Can you check your notes? And did you take references to John Mello, Brad Post, and Alex Fields?
I did not process those.
So you didn't cut the yellow ends and put it and have it ready for DNA on those three?
No.
Your Honor, just for clarifications, I've got states 96, 97, 111, 100, 95, 94, 98, and 99. These evidence. Your objection?
Yeah, and this objection is noted for the record. Let's be clear, I'm sorry. Mr. Wilkins references that those are already in evidence.
That's correct. I'm just crossing with you, double checking those are the ones we discussed.
For the record, make sure it is absolutely clear, 96, 97, 111, 100, 94, 95, 98, and 99 are all in the evidence. And your objections to right here. All right. I've already referenced cases.
That's all state has on.
Any cross?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I mean, knowing that he,
State's calls Tim Massinger.
Please state your name for the record.
Timothy Knopfsiger Jr.
Mr. Massinger, who are you employed?
I work for the Greenville County Department of Public Safety in the Forensic DNA Lab.
And what do you do for the forensic DNA?
I'm the DNA technical leader.
And what does that mean?
So I oversee the policies and procedures of the lab. I perform validations, and I also am a DNA analyst and work casework as well.
Are you in charge?
Yes, sir.
What is, do you get a special title or anything?
DNA technical leader, that's what it is.
So as the DNA technical leader, what are your main job duties?
So like I said, I oversee the policies and procedures of the lab. I perform validations. I oversee casework. I do casework myself.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been in that position about a year and a half.
And how long have you worked at the lab?
I've worked at the lab for about 11 and a half years.
Before that, were you in the DNA world?
This is my first job in forensic DNA.
Tell us a little bit about your background and history.
So I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from Clemson University, a master's degree in entomology from Auburn University. And when I was employed here, I started as a serologist, and I was trained in all the methods that we use in the lab. I also then was trained in DNA analysis methods, became a DNA analyst, and then eventually was promoted to DNA technical leader.
And tell us a little bit about the training that you go through.
So we do a system where we have mock evidence that we put in mock samples. There's a written exam. There are, we do mock cases, and then we do a competency exam as well. Also, twice a year, we do proficiency testing, which are cases that are provided to us from an outside company that we don't know the answers to. We have to test them, give them back our answers, and they make sure we got the right answers.
About how many DNA samples have you tested?
From including my serology, I've worked several thousand items of evidence over my career.
And tell us a little bit about the lab. When was it established, and how did that happen?
So the lab first began working cases in 2011.
And to be established as a DNA lab, you have to get certified.
Yeah, so we're an accredited lab. We're accredited through an organization called ANAB. We're under the standards, the ISO 17025 standards, and the FBI's quality assurance standards.
And are y'all reaccredited every year?
We undergo some level of an audit every year. Our full reaccreditation audits are every 4 years.
And are y'all currently accredited?
We are.
Have you always been accredited?
Yes.
And are there, we'll call them spot checks on where folks come in and kind of make sure you're doing everything correctly?
That's correct. We have, when we undergo an audit, these are outside people who come in and look at all our stuff. They look at our policies or procedures. They observe people working in the lab. They take a representative sample of cases and look through all our case files, our methods, our results to see if they can find any issues while comparing with the standards that we have to follow.
And have you always got a good grade on all that?
Yes, we've passed every audit.
Now, did you do any prep work in this particular case?
With any case like this, typically we're having to look into the case details to determine what the best avenue of testing the evidence is, depending on the type of evidence, what we're looking for in a case.
Did you retrieve any items from the property and evidence for processing?
Most of the items I tested were prepared by serologists in the lab. I did pick up 3 references.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101. Ask if you recognize this.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a buccal swab from John Mello.
And how did you obtain this item?
I would have received it from our property and evidence department.
And for the same way that Ms. Burgess just testified to?
That's right.
And when you obtained this item, how did it appear to you?
So whenever I pick up evidence items, I check the packaging, make sure everything is properly sealed and labeled, and it was.
Was there any tampering or any kind of cuts on the items?
No.
And if there was, would you have noticed that?
I would have.
And would you have documented that?
I would have.
And would you have tested it otherwise?
Most likely not.
And what is this? What is John Mello's swab? Your reference number now?
So I gave it, our item number is item 27.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 10. It's already been admitted to evidence. Just need you to identify that.
Yes, this is a sealed package containing buckle swab from Bradley Post. This one you've handed me is DHE1. The one I tested was DHE, or I'm sorry, you handed me DH-E2. The one I tested was DH-E1.
Please support, Your Honor. One of them got admitted to evidence.
We can take a quick break.
There you go. Yeah, step over here. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 11.
Yes, I recognize this. This is our item 25, sealed package containing buccal swab from Post Bradley.
And did you collect this piece?
I obtained it.
Retrieve it.
I got it from our property and evidence department.
And when you retrieved it, did you inspect it?
Yes, I did.
And was it properly sealed?
It was.
And if it wasn't properly sealed, would you have noticed that?
Yes, I would have.
And would you have noted that in your documents?
I would have.
And would you have tested it?
No.
And finally, State's Exhibit 181. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
So this is a sealed package containing buccal swabs from Alex Fields, case item number JDS1.
And did you retrieve that from property and evidence?
I did.
And was it properly sealed?
Yes, it was.
Our state moves items 11, 181, and 101.
I would object to citing 901 to property establishing.
Objection noted for the record. I overrule and consistent with cases Patcher and the other cases which I mentioned earlier, 11, 181, and 101.
You did 11, correct?
11, 181, and 101.
Thank you.
Are admitted to evidence.
All right, Mr. Nafsinger, I don't think I've moved to qualify you as an expert yet. Your Honor, I moved to qualify Mr. Nafsinger as an expert
Your name inquires what the field is.
in DNA analysis.
No objection.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I've said with other experts, this witness will be qualified to testify in the area of DNA analysis, and he can give his opinion in that area. However, it does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to consider and use in any way you see fit, and give it the weight and credibility that you feel is appropriate.
So, Mr. Nafsinger, tell us how you analyzed the items that you just referenced and the ones that in general, and that Ms. Burridge referenced as well.
So there's 4 basic steps to DNA analysis. So first is called extraction. We have to basically break the cells open and get the DNA out of the cells. And then we have to do a process called quantification, which is where we simply find out how much DNA is present in the sample. Then we do a process called amplification, which is where we make lots of copies of specific areas of DNA. And then we put those copies onto our genetic analyzer, which then produces a DNA profile. Then we have to interpret the DNA profile. DNA is a comparison science. The only way we can know whose DNA is present on an evidence item is if we have a known sample, such as a buccal swab, to compare to it.
Now, Ms. Burridge testified about taking clippings and swabs. Are those the items that you tested?
Yes, they are.
All right, and so I'm just going to go over, tell this jury the knowns that you tested in your reference item.
So I did a total of 6 reference items. Item 10A was a sample of buccal swab from Christina Parcell. Item 11A was a sample of buccal swab from Michael Manigault. Item 12A was a sample of buccal swab from Zachary Hughes. Item 25 was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Bradley Post. Item 26 was a sealed package containing buccal swabs from Alex Fields. And item 27 was a sealed package containing buccal swab from John Mello.
All right, so tell us, what is a known, what is a reference sample?
So a reference sample is just a known sample of somebody's DNA. That's so that we can compare the profile that we get from that reference sample to whatever we find on the evidence.
And then those reference numbers that I'm referring to, those are just the numbers that you refer to in your report.
That's right.
And then you generate a report describing your findings.
That's right.
And then what do you call the items that you're trying to see if there's DNA matching to them?
So we'll call those question items because we don't know what we're going to find on them when we go to test them.
All right. And so in this case, what question items did you compare to? Compared to reference items?
Well, I did quite a few,
Yeah.
a lot of them.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So about how many items do you think that you tested in this particular case?
Let me check my report.
And you can give an estimation.
More than 20, it looks like.
And so I'm going to refer you to your reference items 2A and, I'm sorry, 5A and 6A. Can you tell the jury what those items are?
So item 5A is sample of swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle. And item 6A is sample of swab from left handle brake of black Kona bicycle.
And so just give another general description. In the lab, you've got, and this is 5A and 6A, the swabs of the black Kona bicycle. It is just a clipping of that swab that you're using.
That's correct.
And that is a swab that that Hannah Burridge process or prepared for you.
That's correct.
All right, and where did you get that swab from?
I got it from DNA Freezer 1 in the DNA lab.
And is that a secure location?
It is. The entire DNA lab is secure with only key card access, only accessible by the people who work there, and there's an alarm system.
And what measures do you instill to make sure that there's no cross-contamination from the reference samples?
So when I'm doing my extractions, the questioned items are extracted at a separate time and space than the known samples. So when I'm handling the questioned items, I have not handled any of the reference items yet. And so anytime I'm doing my processes manually, I'm only having one tube open at a time, and I'm only working question items, and then later I work the reference items. Later on, some of our processes involve robotics, and all our robotics have passed extensive validation tests that have also been audited when we get audited. And a part of those validation processes are contamination assessments, where we basically set it up to try to force it to contaminate and set up where we would very easily see if it did, and they've always passed. So.
And so do y'all have sort of safety measurements in place inside the lab to make sure there's no contamination or other issues arising out of the testing?
Yeah, so in addition to those precautions, I'm obviously wearing protective equipment. So I've got a mask, gloves, a lab coat, change my gloves frequently. We also work with controls. So with every extraction batch, I have what's basically called a reagent blank, which is just an empty tube that I do everything to it, the same thing I'm doing to all the other samples, and I run it just like all the other samples to see if anything shows up in there, because we would see it if some DNA is being transferred between samples.
And do y'all have a peer review system?
We do.
And how does that work?
So we do 2 reviews. We have a technical review and an administrative review. And the main point of the review is another analyst who's fully qualified to do the same processes that I did, goes through and looks at all of my data, essentially reinterprets everything, make sure they agree with all my conclusions, that they don't find any issues with what I did, and no report is released until it passes review.
So in reference to 5A, handlebar, right handlebar Kona bike, in reference to 6A, left handlebar of the Kona bike, did you compare that swab to your knowns in this particular case?
I did.
And what was your conclusions of that?
So for item 5A, which was a sample of swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle, my findings were the DNA obtained from item 5A is a mixture of a major male individual and at least one trace contributor. The major contributor matches the DNA of Zachary Hughes. A match between the DNA result of item 5A and the DNA of Zachary Hughes is approximately 2 septillion times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual. Upon establishing Zachary Hughes as a contributor to this mixture based on the match statistics, Michael Manigault, Bradley Post, Alex Fields, and John Mello are excluded as contributors to the DNA obtained from item 5A. Due to limited data of the remaining alleles, there is no statistical support for an inclusion or exclusion between item 5A and Christina Parcell.
So what does that last part mean, inclusion or exclusion of Christina Parcell?
It basically means no conclusive determination can be made for this individual.
So now I'm going to refer you to your items 2A and 3A, 2A being the clippings of the right hand of Christina Parcell. Did you have the, I'm sorry, go ahead. I was just going to ask him if he compared that to the known references.
So I had items 2A and 3A. 2A was a swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. Item 3A was swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's left hand. Item 3A, PCR procedures for autosomal DNA analysis were not performed on item 3A due to the presence of large amounts of total DNA compared to male-specific Y chromosomal DNA. That is a case, basically, when we do our quant, or we see how much DNA is there, we can see how much, in situations like this, we can see how much female DNA is present versus how much male DNA is present. And if it's too little, the next processes won't show up the male contributor because there's just too much female DNA. It's kind of like trying to hear your phone ring in a rock concert. It just gets overwhelmed. So at that point, we stopped with that sample.
So you're referring to the clippings of the left hand?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, and for reference, the items that you're dealing with are literally swabs. They're very tiny.
That's right.
All right. And so did you have the occasion to test the clippings from Christina Parcells' right hand, which is your reference item 2A, to the nose?
Yes, I did. So for item 5A, or I'm sorry, for item 2A, swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. My findings were,
I'm going to object to Rule 403. It's our position is has no further value based on their inability to properly establish chain of custody.
Your objection is noted for the record.
Good again, so
And
did,
just for the record, I know Rule 403 is extremely prohibitive and substantially violates any other prejudice. Is your objection noted on the record? Thank you, Your Honor.
so I'll refer you back to clippings of the right hand 2A,
yes.
and compared to our known references there.
So the DNA obtained from item 2A is a mixture of at least two individuals, a major female and a minor male. Assuming Christina Parcell is the major contributor to this mixture based on this being an intimate sample, a match between the minor DNA result of item 2A and the DNA of Zachary Hughes is approximately 825 million times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual. Michael Manigault, Bradley Post, Alex Fields, and John Mello are excluded as contributors to the DNA obtained from item 2A.
So did you just tell this jury that Zachary Hughes' DNA is 825 million times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual located under Christina Parcell's fingernails?
So what that stat means is it's called a likelihood ratio. And basically we're looking at two hypotheses as an explanation for the evidence profile that we find in the sample. So for every comparison, and we compared all the people to it, for every comparison, the first hypothesis is that this person's DNA is the best explanation for what we found on the evidence. And the other hypothesis is that it's somebody else in the random unrelated population. And so we're able to do statistics on this. And so it's kind of like a sort of a seesaw effect. So when you have, for example, I read an inconclusive one recently, that's where it's kind of balanced, like it's not really tilting one way or another. If it's an exclusion, it means it's tilting toward someone in the random population is a better hypothesis to explain the evidence. And when it tilts the other way, which it did in this case, that's giving strong support for the hypothesis that that person's DNA is the best explanation for the evidence.
So what is the lowest probability standard that you would be permitted to report?
Per our lab policy, the lowest we'll report is a match score of 1,000.
And this one was 825 million?
That's correct.
Please answer any questions. Defense counsel.
All right, cross-examination.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I see counsel up here?
We moving on up, y'all. Remember, this was a pretty short day, and I believe they end after this. So we will just go on over to the next day, which is day 5. The live feed is on day 6. So if we catch up and they taking breaks, we might catch up with the live feed today. We might catch up today. So let's see. That hurt, boy, that hurt. It's a fairly short day. Okay, and we skipping quite a bit as well. All right, here we go, y'all. And it looks like we are starting with the defense's opening arguments, y'all. So if you haven't been paying attention, it's time to turn your antennas up. Here we go. That hurt, boy. That hurt.
I've been waiting for a long while to be at this.
We gotta wait for it to pop up. Yeah, here we go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that y'all had a nice rest and break. As I indicated before, I do need to ask you, has anyone seen anything on news, done any kind of investigation, found out anything about this case? Okay. No one from the jury has indicated they have done such. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, John. May it please the court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's our turn.
This morning, I've been waiting for a long while to be at this point. I was going to say it's been a week, but it's been longer than a week. It's been years. Our client, Zach Hughes, has been waiting for a lot longer than that. He's been waiting over 3 years, some 3 years and 3 months. as Mr. Mormon told you at the outset of this case, we are honored and privileged to be representing Zach. You're going to hear about Zach in the next day or two. You're going to hear that he's a very gifted and accomplished young man. He's 32 years old now. He was 29 when this happened. He's from a wonderful family. You've probably seen them seated back here in the courtroom throughout this trial so far. You're going to hear a little bit about his life. He was born in California. When he was still a boy, his parents took Zach and his brother, moved him to southwestern Virginia, where they moved into a small farm. And then they took on 5 orphan children who lived there with them. And you can hear that Zach was homeschooled. He learned the value of hard work and discipline as he grew up around the family farm. He helped his young siblings. His family moved to Greenville when Zach was a teenager. In Greenville, he finished high school, being homeschooled still. And you'll hear that his hard work and his discipline paid off, and he was accepted into a very fine college with scholarships. He went on where he studied music, and he won piano competitions. His emphasis was on piano performance. As an adult, Zach's had an accomplished career performing classical music and even recording classical music. So this is the time now for our case and for Zach to testify. But understand, ladies and gentlemen, that we have no obligation under the law or the Constitution to be doing this. This case actually could be over when the state rested. The state has the burden of proof of proving this case in every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. We would not have to put up anybody. Zach wouldn't have to testify. We wouldn't have to put up any witnesses. In fact, if Zach were not here, his honor would instruct you that you couldn't use that against him. But we are going to do so. And Zach is going to testify because Zach has been waiting for this opportunity to tell a group of people like you what really happened, which is that he took the life of Christina Parcell. And crucially, he's been waiting and wanting to tell you why. Now, the why to a case like this is very important because it goes to the heart of the matter, and that is malice. Okay, malice is what makes a homicide a murder. And we heard from that from the prosecution's opening, as you recall. The prosecution said that Zach was mad. They said he had an angry heart, that he wanted to inject himself into this custody dispute of somebody he knew. But that's not why it happened. And that is not what you were going to hear about why this happened. Now, as we turn to our case now, it's important to realize that we could have handled this case extremely differently. Okay, we could have attacked the sufficiency of the state's case. We could have brought in an expert to talk about the DNA. Okay, we didn't do that. We could have challenged the identification evidence. And I want you to consider the professional from law enforcement, from the state law enforcement division, who testified about the enhancement that they did on the videos and the photographs, and how they were able to use this fancy technology to enhance and to account for the difference between sunlight and shadow and the distance. And after all of that, and after all of the technical work that was done, the conclusion was that the guy on the bicycle was 6'5", a big guy like him. Well, as you probably noticed, and as you will see, Zach is shorter than I am. On a good day, I'm 10 foot. I'm 6 foot, 5 foot 10 inches. Okay, he's shorter than I am. Consider the other professional. There's one who spent a great deal of time looking at the enhancement of the person on the bicycle. And after all that time, what was that conclusion? That this person had a beard. It has to be a man. And they enlarged it, and they used, again, all of that technical information to take a look at it. This guy had a beard. This is before they had any suspects. Well, what do we know about Zach and what we learned about Zach? He was clean shaven. We know that from a couple of days prior, and we know that from a couple of days after. We could have attacked that. We could have attacked the identification from the neighbor. Because you remember, a neighbor, after 3 years, came into court. And all of a sudden, after 3 years, was able to identify the man whose picture had been on television for the past 3 years. Had never told anybody even that she could identify somebody. And this was somewhere between 8 and 8:15 in the morning. And what you're going to find, ladies and gentlemen, is that couldn't have happened because the person on that bicycle was not even in that neighborhood for at least an hour to an hour and 15 minutes later. But we didn't attack that. We could have done that. We could have made mountains of objections throughout this trial. And as you heard, we made very few, and we did not do it. And why is that? Because Zach wants to take the stand and tell you what happened. Now, the prosecution has told you that they will prove this malice in this case by showing you that Zach was mad, that he was angry. And malice is a key part of this case because malice is the very essence of the definition of murder. Okay, so what is murder? Murder is the killing of somebody with malice aforethought. And what is malice? The prosecution told you it's anger, that is madness, and that is a component of it. The definition, though, it is the killing of a person without just cause or excuse, the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. And I want you to think about those words, that definition, as you listen to the testimony that you're about to hear in this case. The why to the homicide is very important because it gives insight into the person's heart. In this case, you were going to hear that the why was not jealousy or greed or a crime of passion or some other emotion. You're going to hear that Zach did not act like an angry heart like the prosecutor conjectured. You're going to hear that this was not done for money or any other personal gain or benefit, not to help out any kind of friend. You're going to hear that this was done for a just cause. And that's not malice, and that's not murder. Thank you.
Council Clerk. The witness is just making a phone call. He'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the jury room for a moment, and then I will be back with you. I really want to also thank you just for your patience. We've had a lot of legal issues that I've had to take up with the attorneys, okay? So I will be back with you shortly.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please take me to the record.
Daniel Bevel.
Investigator Bevel, you were called in the state's case in chief. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And my understanding is it correct that you began working for the sheriff's office, Greenville County Sheriff's Office, roughly in 2012? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you got a bachelor's degree from Troy University. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified about this previously, but briefly tell this jury what units you have served in the sheriff's office.
I started in patrol from 2012 to 2017. That's your standard uniform patrol deputies, answer 911 calls, any kind of call for service. After that, I went to specialized investigations from 2017 on to, in there, I went to the Crimes Against Children unit from 2017 to 2019. That's any kind of child abuse, child neglect, child sex crimes. Then after that, 2019 to 2023, I went to the Internet Crimes Against Children unit. That's any kind of child exploitation.
Investigator Bevel, you talked about your time in the Crimes Against Children unit. When you're in a specific unit within the sheriff's office, do you receive specialized training associated with that type of unit?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so when you were on the road in uniform patrol, did you receive specialized training related to that?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in the unit of Crimes Against Children, did you receive specialized training in that discipline?
Yes, sir.
And let me show you. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 65. Just take a look at this for identification only.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Bevel, for example, that is the report you drafted for the purpose of the harassment investigation. Is that correct?
It is, sir.
And so this is the kind of report you would draft depending on what investigation you were conducting or what tasks you were performing in the sheriff's office.
That's correct.
As an investigator, are you familiar with the phrase called the lead investigator?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, the lead investigator is just that the investigator on a case who is ultimately responsible for the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, investigator Sparkman would be deemed or likely to be the lead investigator. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you also the lead investigator in another case in connection with this case? Let me ask it a different way. On October the 19th, 2021, did you become the lead investigator in another case?
Objection.
State your objection.
Objection, this is going to follow your previous rule.
I will sustain the objection.
Your Honor, due to your Honor's previous order with the restriction, I'm going to move on, and I just, I'm going to. Investigator Bevel, you testified, as you said, in the state's case in chief, and that was just last week, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I would imagine you're still familiar with your testimony in the state's case in chief.
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about that testimony. And specifically, I want to refer to a specific portion of it. Do you remember during your direct examination, you testified about mailers and the contents of mailers that you had been provided in the early summer and through the summer of 2021? Do you remember that testimony?
I believe so. Are you referring to the mailers as what I was given by Postman Parcell?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you testified that those mailers had nude photographs of Christina Parcell in those mailers. Is that correct? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I've got a transcript. I want to ask you specifically about this exchange. Do you remember being asked by Mr. Wilkins when you first got these photos? Let me back up. Do you remember testifying about the fact there's a website listed on the photographs? Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you about questions about different fonts and different placement? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you this question? Now, when you first got these photos, did you attempt to try to find the website on there? Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And you testified, yes, sir. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, how'd you do that? And you testified, I just typed the address into one of our computers in the office. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, and what did you find? And you testified that the website no longer worked. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then do you remember Mr. Wilkins asking you, so you put belladondgiorno.com escort site and put it in your computer, and you responded, yes, sir. Do you remember that?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And he asked you what happened, and you said, it just redirected me to another escort website. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then then he asked you, were any of those photos on that escort site? You remember you testified, no.
I'm sorry, I got an objection.
I'm almost done. I'm one more line.
Hold on, ask this question.
You remember Mr. Wilkins asked you, were any of those photos on that escort site? And you responded, no, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then just one more. Do you remember he asked you, was any pictures or were any pictures of Christina Parcell on any of those websites that you found? And you testified, no, sir. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that in the harassment report that I just showed you, defense exhibit
I've got another objection I need to make. I need to put it on the record.
Yeah, this is, I mean,
I'm sorry.
so again, let's pick up where we left off. I had reminded you of your testimony from last week, wherein you were asked the following about typing in this website. And you were asked what happened, and you testified it just redirected me to another escort website. Then you were asked, were any of those photos on that escort website? And you testified, no, sir. And then you were asked, which you previously testified to, were any of the pictures of Christina Parcell on any of those websites that you found? No, sir. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Isn't true in your report on the harassment allegations.
Your Honor, reading.
Your Honor, he's an adverse witness, 611C. He testified for the state. He's a member of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office. I have every single right to lead him pursuant to 611C.
Your Honor, he's their witness. They call it. He was examination witness. So I'm just saying.
All right. Well, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 65 again. Look at this bottom paragraph. Would you please read what I have bracketed the jury?
Yes, sir. I photographed the 6 envelopes and the contents of the open ones. The open ones were addressed to Brad Post. One contained black and white nude images of Parcell with the address checklist. The images have a web address of http://belladonna.digiorno.escort-site.com. I checked this web address and it was not valid. It redirected me to another escort site under a different URL. The other contained several of the same images, but were not in color.
So is it true based on this report that you were redirected to other websites that had the same images that were in those envelopes? Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Isn't that what you said in your report?
It's poorly worded on my part, but I meant the other envelopes. Same images were not in color.
What are you saying you meant?
The images that were in the other envelopes, not another website.
So didn't you say that you found these on the internet? Isn't that what you said in your report?
No, sir.
Tell me again what you said. Yeah, please read it again. For the jury. Read it again.
It's okay if I go to the relevant part instead of.
Yeah, it'll get right there.
Okay. Photographed 6 envelopes and the contents of the open ones. The open ones were addressed to Brad Post. One envelope, or it just says one contained black and white nude images of Parcell with the address checklist. The images have the web address of http://belladonna.digiorno.escort-site.com. I checked this web address and it was not valid. It redirected me to another escort site under a different URL. The other contained several of the same images, but were in color. Now, like I explained, it's poor wording on my part, but I was referring to the other envelopes contained several of the same images, but they were in color. I wasn't referring to another website.
In your report, you don't distinguish between envelopes and websites. either.
Like I said, it was just poor wording, but I was referring to just other envelopes had the same images, just in color.
And is it true that it is very possible that those images could have been online and just taken down the time you tried to look at? Isn't that true?
In another website? Is that what you're referring? Yes, sir.
One second. Those are all the questions I would ask Investigator Bevel in this context. Yeah, I don't have anything further on your examination.
Please, Corey, briefly. Did you ever find naked photos of Christina Parcell on the internet when you checked?
No, sir.
It didn't exist that you could find.
Not that I could find.
No further questions.
Nothing else, Your Honor. Your Honor, there is, Your Honor, pursuant to your previous ruling, I would like to present some information in the absence of the jury.
I thank you all for your service.
All right, y'all. We are pretty much caught up with the regular feed for the day. So what I need to tell you is that Zach says that the reason why he killed Christina is because of her boyfriend post and that it was some essay or sexual allegations involving the daughter. What we know is that the boyfriend who testified the very first day is actually facing essay of a minor charges. The judge ruled that that cannot come in. So he cannot, while he's on the stand, testify as to the reason why he did what he did. This has been super controversial for that reason. So we're gonna jump into today, and we're gonna see what the people what they say, how it go. All right, but he does take the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Zachary David Hughes. I'm 32 years old.
Are you married?
No.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I do.
Tell this jury about your brothers and sisters.
I have 5 brothers and sisters. One is my biological brother, Eli, and the rest are my adopted siblings.
At one point, did you have 6 siblings?
Yes, I did.
Talk about that in a minute. Where were you born?
I was born in San Luis Obispo, California.
Did you grow up in the entirety of your childhood in California?
No, I did not.
From California, where did you and your family move?
We moved to Southwest Virginia when I was 11.
While you were still living in California, did you discover that you had an aptitude for music?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did your mom or dad do by way of an instrument to help you learn how to play music?
When I was maybe 4 or 5, my dad found an old Gulbranson upright piano at a yard sale, and he bought it for, I think, $300 and rolled it down the street to our house. So I had an instrument to tinker on when I was young, even before I started piano lessons.
Describe, just in general to this jury, what was your, while you were in California and early on in Virginia, what was your home life like? What was it like to grow up in your house?
I had a great childhood. I have great parents. They raised my biological brother and I before we adopted in a Christian household. They taught us good values, the importance of good morals and service to others, and they supported me in every way imaginable, and I'm very grateful for them.
And Zach, you may want to back up just a little bit from the microphone. I think we get this a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. Thanks. Describe for the jury, you talked about your Christian values in the household. Describe for the jury sort of the, early on at least, the connection between your parents supporting you playing music and the Christian dynamic in your family.
Yeah, originally when I was 9, my parents started me on piano lessons. Our pastor's daughter taught piano lessons, and my dad wanted me to play hymns and family devotions.
You testified earlier that you and your family moved to Virginia. Tell this jury where you and your family moved in Virginia.
It was a town called Abingdon. It's right next to Bristol, Virginia, which is known for the NASCAR Speedway.
Describe to the jury what your family's residence was like. Where did you live, and sort of describe that dynamic.
We moved to a small 3.5-acre farm. My parents liked the idea of raising some farm animals and giving my brother and I the opportunity to do physical work on a farm, and just the opportunity to be close to nature and grow up understanding the value of hard work.
In 2005, did your family grow beyond just you and your brother and your parents?
Yes.
Describe for the jury how your family grew in 2005.
The church we were a part of at a time really encouraged adoption, especially for families or couples who weren't able to have kids at that point in their life or at all. And as a result of this belief in the church that it was good to adopt, there were emails that would be passed around occasionally. And there was an email that was passed around with a photo of 5 Russian siblings who were up for adoption in Russia. And my family saw these photos, and our heart really went out to these kids. At first, we thought they were all boys because their heads were all shaven for lice, and they were all wearing sort of the same kind of clothes, hand-me-downs. But they were 3 girls and 2 boys. And after a lot of prayer and thought and discussion about it, we decided we wanted to adopt these kids because essentially if we didn't, who would?
So, just briefly, let's talk about these kids. How old was the oldest child at the time your parents adopted them?
She was 10.
What was her name?
Her Russian name was Yelena, but we gave all the kids American names. So her name was Grace when we adopted her.
So Grace was 10. How old was the youngest?
18 months.
We're going to come back to them in just a little bit. At some point, did you and your family move to South Carolina from Virginia?
Yes.
How old were you when your family moved to South Carolina from Virginia?
I believe I was either 15 or 16.
Where did you and your family move in South Carolina?
We moved to Travelers Rest in Greenville County.
During this time, describe for the jury what is going on in your music progression, your life as a musician, and how you're progressing.
Like I said, I started piano at 9, and when we moved to Virginia, I became increasingly more interested and motivated in it. So by the time I was, say, 14, 15, I was practicing on average 6 to 8 hours a day. We were homeschooled, so this allowed me to do this. And by the time we had moved to Travelers Rest, I was very convinced that I wanted to pursue music as a career.
You testified you were practicing a lot. During this time, did your father do anything to provide the rest of the family some peace while you were practicing so much?
Yes, I like to practice late into the night and into the early morning hours. So my dad actually built me a soundproofed room out in the garage so I could do this without waking the neighbors.
So as your musical capabilities improved and increased, while you were in high school, did you participate in any music festivals, specifically regional music festivals?
Yes, many.
Did you ever win a prestigious regional music festival?
Yes, several.
Describe to the jury what opportunity you were given in connection with the South Carolina Philharmonic Orchestra.
In 2011, I participated in a high school piano festival in Columbia, South Carolina at the University of South Carolina called the Southeastern Piano Festival. And part of this festival, there was an international concerto competition. A concerto is a piece for a solo instrument and orchestra. So in this case, solo piano with orchestra. And that was the Arthur Fraser International Piano Competition. And I was awarded first prize. And part of first prize was the opportunity at a later date to perform a full concerto with the South Carolina Philharmonic. And maybe a year later, we did Beethoven's Emperor Concerto.
You testified about high school and your progression as a musician in high school. I want to talk about college. When it came to go for you to go to college, where did you apply to go to college?
I applied to 5 different conservatories in the country.
Were you accepted to any of those conservatories?
I was accepted to 3.
Where did you decide to go to college?
I went to the Juilliard School in Manhattan.
The year you applied, what percentage of applicants were granted admission to Juilliard?
I believe it was 7.2%.
And you were one of those musicians.
Yes.
When you were accepted, what, if any, inducements or incentives did Juilliard give you to attend their institution?
They offered me a generous financial aid package and a merit-based scholarship.
When did you begin your education at the Juilliard School?
I matriculated in the fall of 2011.
I want to talk about what you did while you were there. While you were at Juilliard, did you have an opportunity to participate in an international music festival?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about that.
There is an international music students festival in Kyoto, Japan, which is called I think the Rome Music Foundation sets it up. And they try to get music students from all over the world, from different countries. So they get a sampling of different countries, and they have a relationship with Juilliard. So an email was sent out to the student body asking if anyone wanted to participate, and I was selected to represent the States in Kyoto for this festival.
And so how many students from around the world participated in this festival?
Maybe 15 to 20.
And how many from America were selected to participate?
One.
And that was just you.
Yes.
Did you graduate from the Juilliard School?
Yes, I did.
When did you graduate?
In May of 2015.
And what was the degree you obtained upon graduation?
A bachelor's of music and piano performance.
Just briefly describe to the jury after you graduated, what did you do in the music field for employment immediately upon graduation?
I did what a lot of conservatory graduates do who decide not to immediately pursue a higher degree. I did a lot of freelancing. I did some solo gigs playing concerts. I did some accompanying. I taught some students. And I even took on some work in restaurants to supplement my income.
At some point, were you given the opportunity to be on staff with the Knoxville Symphony?
Yes, I was.
When did you receive, or when was that opportunity given to you?
I heard about the audition that I heard that a spot had opened up for principal keyboardist in the Knoxville Symphony, and I heard about it 3 days beforehand. So last minute, I learned a bunch of excerpts and auditioned, and I was fortunate enough to get the job in 2017.
You talk about the principal pianist. Tell the jury what the principal pianist, what that title means and what your function was.
It is a principal keyboardist, so it's basically any instrument part in the orchestra that has a keyboard I would be playing. So it could be piano, harpsichord, synthesizer, celesta.
When did you begin your employment as the principal pianist for the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2017.
When did your employment end with the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2018.
What did you decide to do in 2018 that required you to leave the orchestra? Or the symphony, rather.
I decided to enlist with the Marine Corps.
So you're a classically trained pianist. You have an opportunity with a symphony to perform with them, which is regular employment, and you decide to leave that and go serve your country in the Marine Corps. Is that correct?
Yes.
Describe to the jury why you decided to leave your job with the symphony to serve your country in the Marine Corps.
Since about my sophomore year of college, it has been something I've been thinking about, military service. And obviously there's a window of time that you're able to do that in. As you get older, you hit age limits and so forth. And it had just always been something I was interested in, the service of others, service to others aspect of it. I felt like, in a sense, I owed a debt to my country and to do some military service. And I also wanted the opportunity to experience a difficult training environment. And I figured the Marines they had a reputation of being the hardest. So that's the branch I decided to go for.
What, if any, attributes of your childhood or the home environment as you grew up, what, if any, of those attributes played into your desire to join the Marine Corps?
I think the way my parents had always instilled in us a good work ethic and an important sense of just a moral duty to others, it seemed like a very good opportunity for me to further develop some of these things in myself.
You testified that initially you enlisted in the Marine Corps. Ultimately, did your journey continue as an enlisted person in the Marine Corps?
No.
Why not? Tell this story.
I was speaking with my recruiter, and they ask you a lot of questions, just trying to figure out who you are and what aptitude you might have for different aspects of the service you're going for. And he found out that I had a college degree, which meant, unbeknownst to me, that I was eligible for officer candidate school. So as soon as they found that out, they tried to funnel me into, it's a different recruiting program, but they got me in touch with the officer selection officer and encouraged me to go the officer route.
During the selection process for officer candidate school, were you living in Tennessee at the time?
Yes, I was.
And briefly, if you would, describe for the jury during that period in Tennessee what the process was that was used for officer candidate school, or OCS, for selection.
It's a little different than recruiting. You have to go through a pretty rigorous selection process to even be invited to OCS. So you spend a lot of time with your OSO, or your officer selection officer. And it's their job to essentially train you up and get you ready so that you can pass the review board to get an invitation. So when I was living in Tennessee, I was doing a lot of training with him, preparing for this.
In Tennessee at the time, was there a board that also was tasked with reviewing applications for OCS?
Yes, there was.
And the cycle where you participated or your application was evaluated, do you know how many applicants the board authorized to go forward with OCS during that cycle?
One.
Was that your application?
Yes, it was.
Let's talk about OCS. At the time you began your journey in the Marine Corps, did Marine Corps personnel try to push you to a different area than you wanted to go to?
Yes, they did.
Describe to this jury what they asked you to do or what they wanted you to do.
As a recruiter, there are different boxes that I think you get bonuses in a certain sense if you can check, and one of those is the Marine Corps band. So when they found out I had a background as a pianist, they really tried to get me to join the Marine Corps band.
And when they asked you to join the Marine Corps band, what did you say?
I declined. That wasn't the reason I wanted to join. I wanted to experience a different side of life, and I was interested in infantry.
Let's talk about OCS. During officer candidate school and your time there, were there metrics that were used by OCS personnel to evaluate physical fitness?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what those metrics were.
There's something called the PFT, the physical fitness test, and it consists of 3 areas. It's pull-ups to failure, maximum crunches under 2 minutes, and a 3-mile timed run.
What's a perfect score on that?
You can get a maximum of 100 in each of the 3 areas, so a perfect score would be 300.
What was your score?
294.
Ultimately, were you able to complete officer candidate school?
No, I was not.
Why were you not able to complete officer candidate school?
I was dropped after the 3rd week of officer candidate school due to level 3 stress fractures in both of my tibias,
So you had broken legs.
more or less.
At the time you were forced to leave officer candidate school, what percentage of the class were you in?
I was in the top 3%.
Do you remember how many members were in your OCS class at this time?
It was more than 400.
When you left OCS, how did you leave it with the Marine Corps?
The CEO of Quantico, which is where Marine Corps OCS is at, asked me to return. He essentially told me to go home, heal, retrain, and come back.
We'll talk about this more, but ultimately, did you return?
No, I did not.
At this time, do you consider yourself a United States Marine?
No, I do not.
Why?
That's a title you have to earn, and since I haven't completed my training, I did not earn it.
After you suffered the fractures in your legs, where did you go to rehabilitate and to heal?
I went back to Travelers Rest where my family is, and I stayed with them while I was healing.
And just to put a time on this, is this approximately 2019? Is that right?
This is late January of 2019.
So now you're living with your family in Travelers Rest here in Greenville County. While you were living with your family and rehabilitating your legs, were you presented with an opportunity to play music?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what that opportunity was.
Through a series of mutual acquaintances, a woman by the name of Jeanette Wynn sent me an email and asked me if I would be willing to play an inaugural concert for their church. They had just received a gift of a very fine piano, and they wanted to have this concert sort of as a thank you to the donor and to show the congregation what it sounded like.
And so you were asked to perform using the gift of the piano that the church had received. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was your response to that invitation?
At first, I was inclined to say no because I was about 6 months out of practice. But the more I thought about it, it seemed like it would be a good thing to do while my legs were healing, so I accepted.
Describe to the jury, when did you play the inaugural concert on the piano on that field?
I believe it was in June of 2019.
Were you to be paid for the performance?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what the arrangement for the payment would be.
It was a flat fee honorarium for this one concert.
And was the concert well received?
Yes, it was.
I want to talk about, just briefly, you mentioned Jeanette Wynn in your introduction to the Wynn family. You first met Jeanette Wynn and other members of the Wynn family in what year? Is it 2019?
In 2019, yes.
And over time, did you develop a friendship with the Wynn family?
Yes, I did.
While you developed this friendship, did you share with the Wynn family a long aspiration you had held in the music context?
Yes, I did.
Tell this jury what that aspiration was.
Growing up, Beethoven had always been my favorite composer and something of a personal hero. And in 2020, that was going to be the 250th birthday for him. So I had this dream that I really kind of put on the back burner when I was intending to go through OCS, but this dream of playing all 32 of his piano sonatas in a series of concerts. And in passing, I shared this with the Wynns.
And when you shared that aspiration you had with the Wynns, what was the reaction of the Wynns and their church members?
They were very enthusiastic about the idea.
And so their support of your dream, what effect did that have on your decision to go back to the United States Marine Corps?
Playing all of these sonatas is not something you can really just decide to do. You need a venue to present them at, so you need external support. And when I realized how enthusiastic the Wynns and their church congregation were about this, I realized that there was actually a real way to do this. So it presented me with a very difficult decision, whether to go back to OCS or whether to do this passion project of mine that I didn't think I was going to ever be able to do. And I eventually chose to do the Beethoven sonatas.
Let's talk about this project. You said 32 Beethoven sonatas.
Yes.
how many pages of music comprises the 32 sonatas?
It's over 600 pages.
If you played those from beginning to end, how long would it take to get through all 32 sonatas?
It depends how fast you go, but roughly 11 to 12 hours.
To your knowledge, how many people have been able to accomplish this endeavor?
I don't know the exact number. It's not many. It's something, probably only a dozen or two pianists have ever recorded. As to how many pianists have actually done it, I don't know if there's a record of that.
So let's talk about what you did to prepare. We're in 2019. When was the first concert on this project? When was that? When were you to perform that concert? When was this?
In January of 2020
Where was that going to be? Where was that performance going to take place?
at the Winds Church.
To prepare for this inaugural concert, where were you living?
At first, I was living with my family, and at a certain point, the Winds extended an invitation to me to live with them because they had piano that I could practice on, and I think they wanted to hear me practice.
So let's talk about January of 2020. Did you have your inaugural concert for this project in January 2020?
Yes,
And where did you perform this concert?
at the Winds Church.
Were you to be compensated for this concert series?
The concerts were donation-based, and the church and I had agreed to split the proceeds 50-50.
Did you perform that concert in January 2020?
Yes, I did.
How was it received?
Very well.
What percentage of the project, meaning how many sonatas, did you perform in the first concert?
I played 3 sonatas in the first concert
When was the next concert?
in February of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the second concert?
I think 2
When was the third concert?
in March of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the March concert?
I believe 3.
Were you able to perform a fourth concert in April of 2020?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
COVID had happened, which was making public gatherings impossible at the time.
So up until April of 2020, if you had to guess, what percentage of the project were you able to complete in those 3 performances?
Maybe a fifth to a quarter.
All right. During this time, were you working anywhere else to make a little extra money?
Yes, prior I had been working at Gianna downtown serving, and at some point I started working there again after COVID had happened. And I also took on some work with my dad, painting houses and laying brick.
So when the pandemic hit, did that put a complete end to your music performances?
For the time being, yes.
At some point, did you decide to perform outside during the pandemic?
Yes, I did.
What instrument did you use to conduct performances outside?
I saved up some money and bought what was the best electronic keyboard on the market at the time. And I needed something portable. And I also wanted something that would do justice to the pieces I was trying to play. So it was a Roland DeVie piano.
Where did you, or how did you get the money to pay for the piano?
Through working with my dad.
So after you got the piano, did you begin to play music on the streets of downtown Greenville?
Yes, I applied for a performer's permit for public spaces. And then I started several times a week taking my keyboard downtown and playing these sonatas at various spots in downtown Greenville.
All right, we got a couple people over here in the Taylor Unbridge chat that just joined. I'm gonna give y'all a quick 1-minute recap or less of what this trial is about. So this is the Twisted Secrets murder trial. The guy who's sitting on the stand right now is the defendant, and the defense has put it on their case. He is accused of killing, murdering, stabbing his best friend's baby mama, ex-wife. Because the best friend, whose name is John Mello, and the victim, Christina Priscilla, they had a kid together. They had a nasty custody battle. He took the kid to Italy. She got the kid back, and all of a sudden she popped up dead 6 months later. So he is on the stand right now testifying. He is saying that he did it. His reason for doing it is not being revealed because, plot twist, the victim's boyfriend is allegedly a pedophile and is being charged of sexual assaults of minors. And so he is claiming that he actually unalived the baby mama because of the boyfriend, who actually testified in this case. and has been locked up and waiting trial for his charges. So, child, we just here watching. We here watching. So, just if you got any questions, just jump in the chat. One of the mods or Taylor Gang members will let you know what we know.
When did you start performing in downtown Greenville?
It would have been sometime in the summer of 2020.
Where were some of your most frequent locations where you perform music in downtown Greenville?
Probably the most frequent was right in front of Spill the Beans at the entrance to Falls Park, where the fountain is.
I want to talk about an evening in August of 2020 while you were performing outside Spill the Beans. While you were performing, did anyone make contact with you and introduce himself to you?
Yes,
Who was that?
that was John Mello.
Was John Mello by himself or was anyone with him?
He was with his daughter, Aida Mello.
How old, best you can recall, how old was Aida at the time?
She was 8.
Tell this jury about the interaction you had with John Mello when he first introduced himself when you were in Spill the Beans.
I didn't know who he was, but he came up and said he was a musician and asked if I'd be willing to take a request. He said his daughter's favorite piece was Claire de Lune, and I know that piece really well. It's a favorite piece of mine, so I played it for her.
What, if anything, did you observe about Aida while you were playing Claire de Lune?
Like I said, she was 8, so she was pretty young. I had taught a lot of kids before, so I had experience with kids that age and their attention spans, which tend to be very short. So I was really impressed. I could see her out of the corner of my eye, and she was just enraptured from start to finish. Like she wasn't running around. She wasn't on a device. She was just completely caught up in the music, and that made a big impression on me.
After you played John Mello's request, before he left, what, if anything, did he give you?
He gave me a business card.
Did you use it to make contact with him after that first meeting?
Yes, I sent him an email.
Why did you follow up and begin to communicate with John Mello after that first meeting?
I got the impression from a few things he said and from the card that he was in the rock and roll world, which that's something I had never had much contact with as a classical musician. And he seemed like a great conversationalist. He was charismatic and outgoing, and I thought it'd be interesting to get coffee with him at some point.
And did you meet with John again after that night in August of 2020?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the period between the time you met John and Aida Mello in August of 2020 until the beginning of October of 2020. During that period of time, how many times did you physically meet with John Mello?
Maybe 6 or 7 times.
When you met with him, was he by himself or was with Aida with him?
With one exception, Aida was always with him.
Tell the jury what the activities you and John and Aida would do together in that period.
We'd get coffee a few times. I saw them and Aida spontaneously because I was performing and they walked up like the first time. We got pizza once. We went to an art gallery, things like that.
Tell the jury what your impressions were of Aida as you got to know her in the late summer, early fall of 2020.
They were extremely positive. She's a really special kid. She was definitely mature beyond her years, like I talked about. She could hold a conversation with adults. She looked you in the eye. She seemed really cultured, like she'd had a lot of exposure to different places. She traveled like almost as much as I had. She was always telling me about trips she and her dad had taken, and it was just very evident to me that she was a very healthy, loved child. She clearly loved her dad, and it was obvious that he had done a great job raising her. And I was convinced that she was a happy, healthy kid, and he was a great father.
Let's fast forward to the beginning of October of 2020. When is your birthday?
October 2nd.
On your birthday, October the 2nd, 2020, how did you celebrate your birthday?
At this point, Aida had visitation with her mother, Christina Parcell. So this was the one time I saw John where she wasn't with him. And John wanted to show me some of his favorite taco stands out on White Horse Road. So we celebrated my birthday together and went to a couple bars, had dinner, ended up getting tacos at the end of the night.
At the beginning of the night, what was John's mood?
Very festive.
By the end of the night, had his mood changed?
Yes, it had.
Describe what his mood was at the end of the night.
Towards the end, at one of these taco stands, he became very pensive and even distraught. And he started to tell me about really grave concerns he had about his daughter, specifically when his daughter was with her mother, Christina Parcell. And he essentially said that whenever Aida's mother had visitation, he just never could rest easy until he got Aida back. And that he just didn't trust her, and he thought that she wasn't responsible and that she might even hurt her at some point. And I mean, frankly, it kind of, I mean, the mood of the evening took a big dip because of this. It was clear that he just was terrified about the danger his daughter was in, and this made a big impression on me.
So when you were with John on your birthday on October 7th, 2020, where were Aida and Christina Parcell?
I believe they were on a road trip to see family, maybe in Alabama or somewhere farther down south.
When was she due back to Greenville?
I believe the next day or in the next couple of days.
When she returned, where were Aida and John going to go?
They were going to go to Italy.
Did John tell you that?
Yes.
When John told you that he and Aida were going to go to Italy, what did you think about that? What was your reaction to that?
I thought it was great. I knew at this point that John's parents were Italian, and Aida, I thought, stood to gain a great cultural experience from it. And I just thought if I had had the opportunity to travel and live in Italy when I was 8, I would have jumped at that. So I was really excited for both of them.
Did they go to Italy?
Yes.
So in October, John and Aida Mello go to Italy. Tell this jury what you're doing in October, November of 2020, musically and otherwise.
At this point, musically, I was still performing on the streets of Greenville, and I was also talking with someone who curated a museum of historic instruments downtown, the Civil Music Museum. This man was Tom Strange, and we were discussing the possibility of revamping the Beethoven project I had been planning to do that got cut short by COVID by essentially doing the concert series again throughout 2021, but this time recording them so that we wouldn't have to deal with the issue of gatherings with COVID going on.
And did you and Tom Strange solidify a plan for resurrecting the Beethoven project?
Yes, we did.
Just generally speaking, describe for the jury sort of the intensity of the schedule, the intensity of the lead up to that project.
Yeah, so as a classical musician, at least, just because you've played a piece doesn't mean that like you know it forever and you're never going to forget it and it's never going to cost you any more work. It would be like you may have run a marathon once before in your life, but if you haven't trained for a year, it's not going to be easy for you if you go and try to do it again. So I was going to have to relearn all of this repertoire because I'd only been playing certain of the sonatas downtown. And with the recording schedule, I was going to be meeting with him. There was going to be other people and other equipment involved. So essentially, I was going to have to commit to a schedule where we'd meet more or less once a week to record one sonata a week throughout 2021 and stick to that schedule. So it was going to be strenuous and a lot of work, and I knew this going into it.
And when was the first recording set to occur on the project with Tom Strange?
I think around January 2021.
And beginning in January, how many performances on the project? What was the time frame on the remaining performances on the project?
Again, it was roughly one a week. These sonatas are not all the same length. Some are short as like 12 minutes. Others, one lasts about 45 minutes. So depending on the piece, we were allocating enough time for me to get ready.
All right, so let's talk about from, again, October to April of 2020. John and Aida leave in October. Between October and April, describe to the jury what the communications were you were having with John Mello, the frequency of the communications. Just tell them about it.
Like I said, I was excited for them. I was excited for Aida to be able to have this experience based on what John had told me about Aida's mother. I thought it was good that there was distance in between them. And our communications had died off a bit after they left. John is interesting. He's also a lot. He's a very dramatic person. And it was a bit of a relief to just not be running into him downtown all the time because I had a lot of practice I was doing. And sometimes I didn't have time to hang out as much as he might have wanted to. So our communications petered out.
Were you relieved in some ways that your communications with him had slowed down or stopped?
To a degree, yeah.
All right. In April of 2021, did your communications with John and the frequency of them increased dramatically.
Yes.
Why did your communications with John increase dramatically in April of 2021?
Like I said, our communications had petered out, but they hadn't completely ceased. So he had let me know that Christina Purcell, Aida's mother, had been filing, I think, some stuff with the family court in Greenville in order to try to get her daughter back. He was very worried that she might succeed in doing this for reasons I've already spoken about. And in April, he sent me a message, and it was clear from the text that he was very upset, just saying that, Zach, they took Aida. What am I going to do? Something about along those lines.
After he told you in April of 2021 that they had taken Aida, did he begin to tell you in greater detail what his concerns were and more information about his concerns?
Yes.
What happened next?
At this point, I found myself in kind of a conundrum because, like I said, I appreciated having some distance from John. But by the same token, I was becoming increasingly more concerned about his daughter, Aida. So while I might have wanted to not continue communicating with John for the sake of his daughter, I felt that I had a certain sense of responsibility to help him with what he was dealing with this custody battle for his daughter's sake. We began communicating probably every day, at least by text, often by phone calls. I was giving a lot of time towards hearing what he had to say, towards trying to help him in any way I could. Some of the things I did to help him were, first, he needed counsel. He needed a lawyer in family court. So I was calling a bunch of lawyers in Greenville, trying to find someone who could help him. And by helping him, help Aida. I ended up cleaning his house in Greenville. He left it with a tenant who absolutely trashed it. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. Like the air was hardly breathable. So I was buying dehumidifier, getting cleaning supplies, hiring Mikey Manigo, who testified last week, to help me clean out his house so that he would have a place to show family court, that he had a home that would be a safe place for a little girl and him to be living in. I told him when he came back, I'd pick him up from the airport. But notably, while we were having these conversations, he began to tell me in much more detail what his concerns were about Christina Purcell. And, well, in order for you to understand what my reaction was to what he was telling me, you need to know what my experience was with my oldest adopted sibling, Grace. So when we adopted these kids, we really didn't know much about them.
Objection, Your Honor, maybe approach. Sure.
I absolutely think that something was going on between Zach and John. Like, it's just no way. And we are basically finding out that he knew him for like less than a year before he started confiding in him, allegedly, about how he feels that his daughter is in danger and he don't like his wife, his baby mom. I don't know what they were, because they said that the man was married when they was together, but she was also married to him too. So whatever the case may be. But I fully think that it's some extra stuff going on that we ain't being told about. Ain't no way. And it's a big age gap too, y'all. Yes, huge age gap. I'm not buying it. It ain't nothing. It ain't no extra secrets that ain't being exposed. We gonna go ahead and skip ahead.
Grace.
Yes. Thank you. I don't say this lightly, but my oldest sister, Grace, was the most evil human being I've ever met in my life. She was 10 when she came into our family. The Russian government didn't tell us much about the kids, so we weren't aware of any, if any, behavioral issues there may have been. And there were many, but specifically with her. I would describe her without reservation as an affectionless psychopath. It wasn't that she was immoral, it was more that she was amoral. She didn't have a sense of right and wrong. Her emotional compass was seemingly non-existent. She was just dead inside. She was a masterful manipulator and deceiver. She could lie at the drop of the hat for reasons that might involve her personal gain or just for the heck of it. She would invent the most absurd, crazy, gruesome stories just to get a reaction out of people. And she could talk about this stuff with the same tone that you might talk about making a sandwich. And this from a girl that I knew between the ages of 10 to 14. It was incredibly disturbing. And the things I learned about that type of personality have stayed with me my entire life because I've never met someone like this since. And with one exception, I had never even heard someone describe another human being like this. And one of the things that is so dangerous about someone like this is, she was literally like a vampire who would just suck the goodness out of other people around her. She could be very emotional, and she would fake these emotions in order to elicit a response in you, a sympathetic response. And if, for instance, you were accusing her of doing something like stealing or hurting one of her siblings, she would weep and just beg you to believe her and say, no, I didn't do it. And then if you would present her with irrefutable proof that we knew you had indeed done this, it was like a mask would just fall off her face. And I mean, she'd just look at you with shark eyes.
Okay, y'all. So I think, and I hate to keep stopping because y'all know I don't do a whole lot of talking, but I think that he is setting himself up to say that he saw behaviors in the daughter that he had experienced with the foster child in the home with him. And that's what led him to believe that the little girl was being touched.
And no matter how many times we would go through this cycle with her, where she would deceive us and betray our trust and hurt people in our family, she would always reel us back in, because there's something in normal, good people that wants to believe that someone like this can change. You want to believe that, there's redemption for someone like this and that they might change their ways and become a better person. And she knew that. And she would use that in order to ingratiate herself again and regain our trust, only to betray that trust again harder than she had the first time. And this happened dozens of times, and it created an incredible amount of strife in our home. She could manipulate my parents and drive a wedge between them. She was just an incredibly intelligent person and incredibly evil. And having met someone like that, it made me able to understand, and even though I didn't want to, accept the fact that people like this exist, whether you want to believe it or not. And if you trust them, you are only ever going to get hurt by them again. You have to forgive them at some point. And that was a very difficult thing for me to do. It took me years, but eventually I had to accept an apology from this girl that I never got and was never going to get. And I had to do it for myself. But I would never trust her again. That would be insane, for my own safety or for the safety of others. So this is an experience which I think is somewhat unique. I think most people have not met someone like this. And I mean, we might watch true crime documentaries or things like this, and we know that technically these people are real, but they exist on Netflix or in someone else's lives, and we never once believe that it could be someone we know, or that it could be someone living next door, or that it could be someone that our children play with, or someone we might allow to look after our kids. So knowing this is essential to understanding my reaction to what John began to tell me about Christina Parcell in April and May of 2021, after Aida had been taken back to Greenville. He started describing Christina Parcell's character and her personality. And as he was going through various points, he kept saying, Zach, I know you're not going to believe me. Like, I know this sounds overblown and dramatic, and you probably think I'm exaggerating. And under other circumstances, I would have, because John does, he's a big storyteller. And, when people are talking about their exes, like, everyone thinks their ex is the Antichrist. So, of course, I was sort of predisposed to be biased against what he was telling me, except for the fact that point by point, everything he described about Christina Parcell was exactly the same as my sister Grace. He told me that Christina Parcell was a master manipulator. He said she can lie at the drop of the hat and you'll never know it. He said she was incredibly charming. He said she was incredibly intelligent and talented. He used to say she was smarter than he was, but that her biggest fault was that she was lazy. And she had this arrogance combined with her laziness that was essentially born out of the fact that she knew she never really had to work too hard at anything in life. And she could even sacrifice trust with people and tell them lies that could easily be found out because ultimately she was completely confident in her ability to reel someone back in,
The
no
hearsay
matter
is
how
killing me.
bad she had burned them before. And he could have been describing Grace to me because I knew this behavior. I had lived through this behavior. So at this point,
I'm sorry. When he was describing these features to you of Christina, had you ever told him about Grace? Did he know anything about Grace?
no, I don't make a habit of talking about Grace to people. One, it's incredibly difficult to speak about. And two, most people having not met someone like that, it just doesn't really land most of the time. They don't understand what you're talking about. So no, John had no idea that I'd had this experience with Grace, which made me realize that there was no way he could have possibly invented this because no one would get it right point by point by point unless they had met one of these people. And that was the first thing that really raised a huge red flag with me and made me think that despite the fact that he can exaggerate and overblow the truth, and he's often not very believable when you listen to him, I was convinced at that point that he must be describing something true because no one would know how to describe it so specifically and accurately if they were just making it up. And I was right to believe him. So in addition to this description of her character, and one last thing about Grace and Christina by correlation, one thing Grace was she had an addiction to doing was not merely stealing from you or sucker punching one of her siblings just to assert dominance or doing other terrible things to her siblings. She would recruit her other younger siblings to do these things for her. She would get off on
Oh my God.
making little duplicates of herself and training and enlisting her siblings to act as proxies for her so that she wouldn't actually get in trouble because she knew that we all had our eyes on her because of her behavior and we knew we couldn't trust her. So if she even had 2 minutes with one of her younger siblings where no one was within earshot, she would tell them, hey, mom's going to go check the mail. I just saw the mail truck go. When she's doing that, I want you to go run into her bedroom and go into her jewelry or go and get this for me and we'll split it. Go and get that food that mom said we can't have till the weekend or something. So she was an incredibly corrupting influence on anyone around her that she could exert her influence on. Again, I call her a vampire who sucks the goodness out of others. This is an incredibly appropriate metaphor because that's what vampires do. They're intelligent, they're dead inside, and they eventually kill the people around them unless they find someone who might be useful to them, and then they create a duplicate of themselves that they can control. And this is exactly what Grace would do. So when John was telling me all this, I realized that there was an incredible danger that what Christina Parcell was a future preview of what Aida Mello could potentially become if she was left in this woman's custody and was raised by her. And the facts have borne out that I was right. But
Sustain.
Um,
We'll instruct the jury to disregard the last comment.
Zach, at some point, was Grace actually removed from your family?
yes,
Describe for this jury why, or the circumstance or the event that prompted her removal from your family.
it had been 4 years of what I've been describing. She had been sent to different girls' homes around the country, many of which had records of never expelling a single student, and she was the first for many of them that they expelled and sent back to us. And it finally just got so bad that we realized she was going to be a physical danger to our family. I discovered a diary that she had made where she described in detail my parents having their eyes gouged out and dying, and how once my parents were out of the way and dead, she would be able to assume her role as rightful queen of the country. So she just had these psychopathic delusions of violence and grandeur. And we called the SS and asked them to remove her from the home.
We're going to come back to that in a second, or in a little while. You testified about things that John told you about Christina. Did he also provide you with other information about Christina that informed your opinion of her or what you came to know about her?
Yes.
What were some of the documents or other piece of information that John provided you.
No objection to hearsay.
No, we're not offering it for its truth. We're offering it to show what he knew. If it's State versus Big outside your honor, we're not offering it for its truth. Go ahead.
He offered me, among other things, three very pertinent collections of information. One was the photographs that have been discussed that I sent in mailings to various people, along with advertisements from an escort website, which were connected with these photographs. These photographs were of Christina Parcell in various stages of undress. And John told me that they were prostitution advertisements from her previous career as a prostitute. And looking at these photographs, there was no doubt in my mind that that's what these were. And I don't say this in any way to try to shame. It's simply that, I mean, who said it? Like pornography, you know it when you see it. Well, I think the same can be said in terms of these photographs. They were not cute, sexy, intimate photographs that someone might send to someone they're dating or something. They were lewd and tasteless, and there was a very clear element of advertising, a commercial element. So when I looked at these, there was a vacant, arrogant, almost derisive look in her eyes that reminded me so much of my sister. It was a look that said, I can get you to do whatever I want because you want what I have to offer you. And coupled with this was a deposition from 2016 that Christina Parcell had given.
1 second. Let me show you, Zach, what's in Mark's Defense Exhibit 46. Take a look at this.
Yes, this is the deposition.
All right, this time in defense removed Defense Exhibit 46 in evidence.
State objects.
Not hearsay.
My bad. I had stepped away for a second. So what did I miss? What did I miss? Cross is gonna be really interesting. They said that he is insane. I don't know what happened. No, I had stepped away for just a second. And now let me get us over to the
You read the deposition you referenced of Christina Parcell. What did you come to conclude or believe?
I believed that based on various things she freely admitted to in her deposition, that she had a history of using and manipulating men in order to get money and in offering sexual services in return. She admitted to being a pornographic actress and producing a film in South Carolina where she rubbed her feet on a man's penis. She admitted to using sugardaddyforme.com, where she sought out romantic relationships with older men with a clear emphasis on it being a trade, essentially a reciprocal thing, where she was seeking out to be taken care of financially. She said that she had a general disinterest in having children at the time, which is why that she gave up custody of her daughter to John Mello when her daughter was very young. Her lawyer took it.
I'm just sustaining the objection. You can ask him, like we said, as far as just the effect it had on him, not the specific details.
Understand.
Move on.
Zach, a little while ago, I asked you about documents that John gave you in addition to details he provided you information. We talked about the deposition. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Is that also a document that John Mello gave you?
Yes,
Did you read it?
I did.
Around this time, the defense removed Defense Exhibit 56 in evidence.
State objects based on the same objection we had in the prior, the prior issue. I think Your Honor's ruling was that he can talk about how it had an effect on him, but not to go into the detail.
Your Honor, this is a separate exhibit. It's different than the deposition. It's just a few pages. I'd be happy to argue on this.
I'm going to allow this to come in.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. This is, so again, I will renew my motion to enter Defense Exhibit 56 in evidence. It's admitted. Is that correct, Your Honor? So take a look at Defense Exhibit 56. Would you, for the jury, let me look at it. Let's see. Zach, this is an affidavit of a man named Alex Fields. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just want to go over this affidavit for you, or with you. Based on your understanding of this affidavit, in the case of John Mello, how did John become aware of this information that led to this affidavit?
John posted an ad on Craigslist asking for information about a woman named Christina Lorraine Purcell, aka Caroline Warren, and he provided photographs to identify her by.
Is page 2 of the affidavit this advertisement on Craigslist?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to page 1 of the affidavit. Would you please read the second paragraph of this affidavit?
I was at Hall's Chop House in downtown Greenville, South Carolina, when a woman approached me. She said hello and proceeded to ask if I was looking for a date. She said something to the effect of inviting me to bed for an amount of money and that we would not be rushed at all. When I refused her proposition, she proceeded to offer me narcotics. I refused and ended the encounter at that point.
Would you please read just the first sentence of the third paragraph?
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that this woman is the woman that I saw on Craigslist.
And that, again, the woman in this advertisement on Craigslist, who's that woman?
Christina Parcell.
Um, Zach, I want to talk about other information John Mello had provided you. You heard testimony from investigator Dan Bell. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And do you recall in the state's case in chief, Dan Bevel, both in direct examination and cross-examination, testifying that he had met Christina Parcell in his official capacity before he began his investigation of the letters that were sent?
I remember.
And isn't it true that John Mello shared information with you about interactions he had had with Dan Bell?
Objection. Your Honor, I need a curative instruction on that.
You know, I totally disagree, and I'm happy to argue.
Yeah, D, they selling everything on Craigslist at this point.
Thank you for your patience. I just had to pick up some legal issues with the attorneys. Y'all gonna get your steps in today. Please proceed.
So, Zach, you testified about information that John has provided you related to concerns he had about Christina Parcell, especially in conjunction with Aida Mello. We talked about the time period, April. I want to move to May. In May of 2021, were you and John Mello continuing to communicate about the situation?
Yes.
In May of 2021, what, if anything, did John ask you to do for him?
Given the extremely grave nature of John's concerns for his daughter, especially while she was in the custody of her mother, Christina Parcell, and
So here's what I think. So y'all got a couple questions in the comments, and we just interacted today, so y'all gonna have to live with it. So this is what I think. I believe that when Christina was with John and they were having their intimate moments, they took photos together. And I believe that once the custody battle started, that he created a profile to say she was a prostitute, and that they ended up sending out those photos to try and push the narrative. I don't know how she met John. I don't know how she met him, but I the way that she was like fighting for that child, I strongly believe that all this about prostitution and using drugs was just made up in order for him to gain custody of the child again. Because he originally had custody. I don't know if y'all saw it at the beginning or not, but John originally had custody of the little girl, and him and Christina had an agreement where she had visitation. And John broke that agreement and moved the little girl to Italy. And she went through international channels to get her kid back. That's how she won her back through that way. So I think I like to interact with us. So I think that he created all of this stuff in an attempt to make her look bad. Even the lady who testified from like the CPS lady was saying like, she really didn't believe that everything that was going on, because some of the emails that she was getting kind of sounded like him, but it was addressed as if it was coming from her. So yeah, I don't believe it.
Goes to her mother's boyfriend, Brad Post, who John believed was a pedophile and is a pedophile.
Objection.
Sustained. I instruct you to totally disregard the last comments made by this defendant.
Oh, and he know he not supposed to say that.
Could you just tell this jury what John asked you to do?
Yes. Given his concerns, John asked me that if I believed his daughter was in grave danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $5,000?
Oh,
What did you say when he asked you that?
I was shocked and insulted by the request, and I gave him an immediate and unequivocal no.
So he offered you $5,000 if you would kill Christina Parcell, and you said no.
That's correct.
At some point, did he revisit that subject?
Yes.
Did he make you another offer?
Yes, he did.
How long after the first offer did he make the second offer?
I'm not certain, but I would say maybe 2 or 3 weeks later.
Tell this jury about that.
He was becoming increasingly more worried and distressed about the safety of his daughter. I was as well. The more I learned about the situation and everything, and a lot more than what I've told you, I was also.
Sustained. What was the second offer?
The second offer, he asked me again, if I became convinced that his daughter was in danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $10,000?
What did you, or how did you respond to that offer?
I told him, John, there's no amount of money that would ever tempt me to do something like this. And I told him I was insulted that he even thought that would be something I would consider. So I told him I would never do something like this for money. I told him the only way I would ever consider taking action like this is if I was absolutely convinced that his daughter was not only in danger, but that the only way to rescue her from that danger would be to take Christina Parcell's life.
Let's talk about what else is going on in your life in May of 2021. Tell this jury what you're doing with the music project with Tom Strange, how that's going.
We've been at the project recording the sonatas in a museum, like I talked about, for about 5 months. This, of course, I was doing in conjunction with all the help I was trying to provide John and Aida. So the music project on its own would have been incredibly stressful. And with everything else, I was just approaching burnout. Honestly, I was having a really hard time meeting my deadlines. And I was worried that the quality of the work I was doing was going to be going down. And I was just at the point where I needed a vacation, honestly.
And we're going to get to that in just a second. Tell the jury about your compensation as it relates to the music project with Tom Strange.
It was just an arrangement of a flat fee for all 32 sonatas. I was going to receive $5,000.
And if you broke that down on an hourly basis, how much were you getting paid per hour for that project?
Probably less than $1, but it was a labor of love.
During this time, were you also doing other things to try to make money to support yourself, or was it?
Yes, I was giving some outdoor concerts on the Wynn's lawn, and these were donation-based, so people were supporting me financially in that regard.
You talked about needing a vacation at the end of May. Describe a little bit more to the jury the fatigue and why you believe at the end of May that a break would do you some good.
Well, I needed a break. My nature is usually to just try to push through stuff like that. I can push myself too far. So I was not necessarily seeking out a break or a vacation, but I was definitely at the point where I needed one for the sake of my work, for the sake of my health.
Did you get that break?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury how that came about.
Like I said, John and I were communicating pretty much every day at this point. Much of it, if not most of it, about Aida. But I was also mentioning to him what I was doing, certainly times when he needed me to do something and I would have to say, I can't, I'm practicing, I'm recording something like this. So he told me, I think he said, like in the rock and roll business, we say you have a monkey on your back, like the project is starting to own you and you just need to step away from it. You're too close to it and you've been in it for too long. So he suggested that I come and visit him in Italy.
Did you take him up on that suggestion?
Yes, I did.
Initially, what was your reaction to that offer?
Initially, I didn't want to. Like I said, it's my nature to just kind of push through things, but with some more time, I realized that some time off from the piano would probably do me good.
So when did you go to Italy to visit John?
I think in either the very last days of May or first days of June, 2021.
Who paid for your travel?
I did.
when you arrived in Italy, where did you stay?
I stayed at John Mel's apartment.
How long were you there?
Between 3 and 4 weeks.
Do you remember where in Italy you were?
Yes, it was a town called Rovigo. It's not too far from Venice.
When you were visiting in Italy, where was Aida Mello?
She was in Greenville with her mother.
Even though Aida was not in Italy, while you were in Italy, did you have an opportunity to see Aida?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury what that opportunity was.
John had video visits ordered by the guardian ad litem, who you've seen before, Vanessa Cornwell, to have video visits twice a week with Aida. So he, even with the time difference, was always setting timers and alarms and making me set timers and alarms to make sure he wouldn't be late for these visits. Like he lived for these visits every week. So often it might be 11 p.m. or midnight in Italy, but that was when Aida was free. So that's when they'd have their visit. And I would often be within earshot to where I could hear the conversation. Often I would be able to observe the screen of his phone or computer so I could see Aida's face, her disposition. And on one occasion I said hi to her.
What did you notice about her, or what did you conclude about her while you were watching Aida during the visitations?
So John had been telling me for weeks, Zach, Christina's killing my little girl. Like I can see the spark dying in her eyes. And again, when I first heard that, I thought, aren't you being a little dramatic? Like I hadn't seen her, but it just seemed a bit much. When I saw her in these visits, I didn't feel that way anymore. She was not the same little girl that I had known in Greenville when I first met them. She had put on a great deal of weight, probably about 20 pounds, which is roughly a quarter of her body weight. For an 8-year-old girl, that's a lot in a short period of time, but it was much more than that. It was her demeanor. Her spirit was just, she was morose. She was depressed. Like that spunky, precocious, lively little girl that I had met was just not present there. It was a complete change in character. And I mean, John would ask her how she was doing, and she would always try to give a good response. Like she would try to smile and say, "Oh, I'm fine, Daddy," and try to put on a good face. But it was clear that she was doing that because she didn't want to worry her dad. She didn't want him to realize how poorly she was doing. And it just reminded me so much of myself when I was a little older than she was, with what I've previously described with Grace. It's this, you internalize things. Like she's a strong person. And she was trying to be stronger than she was probably ready to be at that age. And despite the stoic, strong exterior she was trying to put on, I could just see that she was being tortured. Like she was drowning. And him saying that the spark was dying in her eyes was absolutely accurate. I could see it. I could hear it in her voice. I could tell it in her demeanor.
So when you came, when did you leave Italy to return to Greenville County?
At the end of June 2021.
When you returned to Greenville in June of 2021, based on everything that you knew and had been made aware of, and I want to start in June. What, if anything, in June of 2021 did you do to act on what you did?
I had described the mailers that I put together before, and the state has talked about them a lot. All of these mailers contained information that I believe had been put out publicly and by Christina Parcel's free will. So this was all information that had been available publicly and that, to the best of my knowledge, was true. And I began to send these mailers to Christina Parcel and her boyfriend and people in the neighborhood for a threefold purpose. I wanted parents around that neighborhood to know that their children were not safe around her or around Red Post. I wanted different people associated with this, such as the guardian ad litem, the police, to have access to this information so that they would have all the evidence that I was looking at that clearly demonstrated that Christina Parcel was a danger to children and her own daughter. And I also wanted there to be social pressure on Christina Parcel, because something, again, about people like Grace and Christina Parcel is the facade that they erect around themselves and the image that they put forward to the world is so important to them. They're narcissists. And it is a facade. It's completely untrue. But I was hoping that it wouldn't be worth it to her for other people to see her for what she was in exchange for her trying to fight to have her daughter.
He has no sympathy, bro. Like none.
You sent multiple mailers beginning in June and going into July of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Did those mailers and the effect those mailers had do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No, they didn't. If anything, Christina Parcell and Brad Post just dug their heels in deeper.
After the mailers were sent, do you know whether or not they had any effect on? I want to talk about after the mailers were sent. Did you learn of a video call or about a video call that John, who was in Italy, had with Aida, who was in Greenville?
Yes.
What did you learn about that video call?
Shortly after these mailers would have arrived, John described a call to me where he said Christina was, at the end of the call, she took the phone and turned it towards her face, which she usually did not do. And he said she was more angry than I've ever seen her. And he would often talk about how you would never see her angry, like she was very good at controlling her emotions and not showing if you had made her angry. And she took the phone and didn't say anything, but just slid her finger across her throat as if that she was threatening that she was going to have him killed for what she believed he was doing.
After the mailer, or the last mailer, did John share with you any information he had received via email?
Yes, he well, he didn't describe it. He sent it to me, an email he had received from someone he knew in the biker community, motorcycles. And Brad Post was also involved in the biker community, or at least tried to be. And this email was from this acquaintance of John, telling John that Brad Post had been going around essentially asking for someone to, quote, put the hurt on John Mello, and that he was offering a lot of money to make this happen.
Caroline, because we need a hearsay objection immediately. Was Christina wanting her daughter because she wanted to continue the SA, or because she loved her? So I believe that Christina genuinely loved her daughter. I don't know how much of Greg Post, the boyfriend's essay, that Christina truly knew about. Now, there was some stuff going on, or rumors circulating that she knew that he had been accused of messing with some minor children, but I don't know how true that is. So I don't believe it had anything to do with it. I think they're just using the fact that he had that type of charge, and he's saying that's the reason why he did this. But again, the jury is not supposed to hear about post sexual misconduct or predatory acts.
The fact that you testified that you sent the mailers, you'd explain why. I want to talk about something else you did for the purpose of acting on a concern. Take a look at what's been marked as defense exhibit 47. Is that an affidavit that you completed for the purpose or in connection with the pending family court litigation between John Mello and Christina Parcell?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this is defense counsel version. This is already in evidence. The state put that in. Zach, let's talk about this affidavit.
Is that the one from September?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Zach, why did you draft this affidavit?
I was extremely concerned about the danger that Aida was in, and I wanted to try to provide the family court with information about my opinion and my observations about her that would hopefully cause them to return Aida to John so that she would no longer be in danger.
did this affidavit, well, let me back up. To whom did you send this affidavit?
I had it notarized, and then I think I scanned it and probably emailed it to John or left it with his family court attorney, Samantha Larkins, at the time.
One second. Let's move on. So that affidavit was, I believe, September the 21st of 2021, is that correct?
I don't remember the date other than it being in September.
I'll show it to you.
Oh, sorry, the sonographer. She's speaking the words into the machine. I've never seen it before.
Yes, the 21st day of September, 2021.
And you testified that after you submitted that affidavit, that did not do anything to alleviate your concerns, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you take another step to try to act on your concerns right now?
Yes.
And did you take that step at the end of September or beginning of October?
Yes, I made a phone call to Child Protective Services, and I told them that I was a neighbor. So I told them that I had seen Aida being verbally and physically abused by her mother. And again, I made that up. That's not true. But I said it because I wanted to give Aida an opportunity to have FaceTime in person with an agent from DSS away from her mother, where she could tell them that her mother was sexually abusing her.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
It's the mother.
You are to disregard the last items from this witness.
Zach, let me ask this. You talked about Child Protective Services. Is that in South Carolina, is that called DSS?
I think they may be part of the same entity. I'm not sure.
And so did they do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No.
Did that surprise you at all?
No.
In fact, you testified earlier about Virginia and Grace. Did you and your family have interaction with the DSS in Virginia
Yes, we did.
over Grace?
Yes, when I discovered the journal I had mentioned before about Grace's plans to murder my family, we called DSS and asked for her to be taken out of the home. And they did this. And after a few weeks of hearing Grace's stories and lies, they took her side. They failed to recognize what they were dealing with her. And they tried to have my parents put in jail and the rest of me and my siblings put in foster care. And we eventually had to sue them. And it was about a 2-year-long court battle. And that left an indelible impression on me, just as to how even experts can be wrong sometimes. And when they are wrong, it's so dangerous because everyone believes them because they're the experts. But sometimes you know what you know, and you know it's true. And even if an expert might think differently, it doesn't mean they're right. And DSS did a lot of damage to my family in those 2 years.
So ultimately, Grace was removed from your family. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your other Russian siblings were not, were they?
No.
In fact, Faith, one of your Russian siblings, has been in Fort Moultrie. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you testified to this jury about the information you received from John Mello about his concerns. You've testified to the jury about the documents you consulted about those concerns. You testified to the jury what you came to believe. You testified to the jury about the mailers you sent, about the affidavit you submitted, and now about the call to DSS. After you had done all these things to act on your concerns, and nothing had been done, tell this jury in early October of 2021, what's going on in your mind? What are you thinking?
I was still in the middle of this music project, so I had a lot on my plate there just professionally, and of course I was continuing and even increasing my support to help John save his daughter, Aida. And since June, when I had returned, I had been absolutely convinced that Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter.
Let's go. I mean, take the deal.
This is ridiculous. Like, so he is alleging that the see, I thought that he was saying that the boyfriend was sexually abusing the daughter, but he's saying that she's doing it. Like, come on, man. So they take a break. And court is not back in session, y'all. So we have caught up with the live feed, and they have been on break for an hour and 40 minutes. And now we are waiting for them to come back. He said it. He's been saying it back to back to back. But I really thought that they were saying that the boyfriend was doing it. So is it? So we're gonna have to do a little bit more research, because is it that the boyfriend and Christina were doing? Is that what they're alleging, that they were doing it together? He was doing it one way and she was doing it another way, or she was giving him up to, she was giving the daughter to him to be abused. Like, what is it? What is it? That would be stricken from the record. Absolutely. And he needs to get off the stand. He's child. So y'all know who he reminds me of? Do y'all remember the wedding anniversary that we watched with the guy from Vermont who stabbed up his wife and chopped her up? He has the same demeanor. Victim blaming, burden shifting, no remorse, nothing. Been saying it the whole time. Yeah. Oh, I'll run it back for you. He's saying that he believed that woman was assaulting that baby.
About those concerns, you testified to the jury what you came to believe. You testified to the jury about the mailers you sent, about the affidavit you submitted, and now about the call to DSS. After you had done all these things to act on your concerns, and nothing had been done, tell this jury in early October of 2021, what's going on in your mind? What do you think?
I was still in the middle of this music project, so I had a lot on my plate there just professionally, and of course I was continuing and even increasing my support to help John save his daughter, Aida. And since June, when I had returned, I had been absolutely convinced that Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter.
Let's go. I mean, take the deal.
See if he said anything. Okay, doesn't look like he said. But yeah, now we caught up to the live feed. We caught up to the live feed. Okay. I want to kind of use this time though to go to this thing, and I can edit it out and make it a little video. I can clip this and make it a little video. Just give me a second here. I should have had this. Okay, because he is not likable at all. All right, so real quick, y'all, I got an update on the Timothy Harrington case. Shout out to our girl Jen Wynn. She's probably working right now. So everybody say what's up to Jen. I know she's in the bushes listening. But we got us a little update here on Timothy Harrington, because I think I want to use this as a little video. So y'all get to see me do a live. Y'all get to see me do a live little coverage thing right now because we're gonna edit this. I'm gonna edit this to post as I guess not a short but a YouTube video. All right, so new update on the Timothy. Well, I guess his name is Sheldon, right? So new update on Sheldon Timothy Harrington's case for the unaliving of Jay Lee. So what we found out today is that the attorney wants to throw out the tampering charge against him. So if you know, Timothy was originally charged back in 2022 for the unaliving of Jay Lee, but they didn't find his body, right? So this past year, they actually found Jay Lee's body like a few weeks ago. And when they found him, they actually inquired to the court about retrieving the duct tape evidence from the court. And then they also ended up adding an additional charge to the indictment. That charge is tampering. Well, the defense decided that they were going to file a motion to try to get that charge thrown out. All right. As it reads, it says, can y'all see it? I hope y'all can see it. Let me get it bigger for y'all so y'all can see what's really going on. As it reads, it says the defendant Sheldon Timothy Harrington Jr. by through counsel moves this honorable court to dismiss count 2 of the indictment. The defendant was indicted by a grand jury of Lafayette County on February the 7th, 2025 in a 2-count indictment charging capital murder and tampering with physical evidence. Count 2 alleges that the tampering offense occurred on, around, or about July 8th of 2022. The original arrest warrant affidavit in this case dated July 22nd, 2022, charged only the offense of murder and did not include any charge related to tampering with physical evidence. The Mississippi Code, okay, there was a little case law stated right there, provides that persecution for the offense of tampering with physical evidence must be commenced within 2 years next after the commission thereof. So basically, it has to be done within 2 years in order to file that. There is a little bit more case law cited right here. I must have missed before I posted my video, child. But the indictment in this case was not returned until February 7th of 2025, more than 2.5 years after the alleged tampering offense. No arrest warrant or other charging document was issued within the 2-year period charging the defendant with tampering with physical evidence. Therefore, prosecution of count 2 is barred by the statute of limitations, on this 18th day of February, y'all. Now, we don't know what evidence Lil Timmy is accused of tampering with, y'all. We only have our speculation on what that could be. Personally, I think it got to do with the boots. I think it got something to do with the boots. I think that when they went and retrieved the duct tape from evidence, I think that they found duct tape on his remains and they matched it up. I don't think it had to do with that. I don't know, y'all, but y'all gotta tell me what y'all think. I'm gonna jump on back over to. We'll have to be at a little quick update, but we're just waiting for these folks to come on back. Now, let's see if I can catch a little tea from Miss Kathy, who is out here covering kids as well. All right, so here's the moment. He told the jury he believed Christina Purcell was abusing her daughter. The jury was sent out. Off camera, the state asked the judge to stop Hughes from testifying. The judge is taking a lunch break until 2 o'clock Eastern. So he is way past his little lunch break. The defense is having a brief recess to talk to Thackeray about his testimony. Hughes did not tell the judge he would say it again. He said he would try, but also says he placed his hands on the Bible to tell the truth, y'all. I think it's messy boots. I think it's messy boots. So, Che, you didn't watch the, it's 2:42. They way behind. So, Che, you didn't watch the Ole Miss murder? Don't worry about it. We watching it again. I don't know if you follow me on TikTok, but I do have a playlist of the Ole Miss trial murder that you could go through and kind of get caught up that way. I also streamed it so you could rewatch our stream videos. And I do also post my TikToks over here on my YouTube page as shorts, so you could watch it over here as well. So it's a crazy trial. It's the crazy trial. If there was nobody, okay, that's cool, Shay. There was nobody, okay. And Timmy, his trial ended in a mistrial, baby, 11-1, and they were saying he was guilty. Basically, he was having a down low. Let's just rewatch. We watched that trial live, baby, but we can rewatch it. Right? We can rewatch it ahead of the new trial. Whenever we get a new trial date, we'll rewatch it. But let's just say that Sheldon had a low down relationship with Jay Lee, and they got into it about something sexual in nature. And Jay Lee's digital footprint ends at him going to Timothy's house. The evidence showed Timothy dropping off Jay Lee's car. Oh, we back, y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen,
As I stated at the outset of this trial, I am the sole judge of the law in the case, while you, the jury, sit as the judge of the facts. And part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury. The gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law, and I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. Furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I've instructed you to disregard, and I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you go to do your deliberation room, okay? All right, please continue, Mr. Mormon. Will incorporates.
Zach, before we broke for lunch, we were in the time period of end of September, beginning of October of 2021. You remember that?
Yes.
And Zach, you testified before lunch about two offers John had made you to kill Christina Parcell. Do you remember that?
I remember.
And do you remember after the second offer telling John something to the effect of, you would never do that for money. You would only do that if you believed it was necessary to rescue Aida.
And if I believed there was no other way.
At the end of September, beginning of October 2021, did you conclude that you had to rescue Aida and there was no other way?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about what's happening in your life in the beginning of October 2021. And specifically, I want to talk about the status of the music project you have been engaged with Tom Strange in the Seagull Museum. I also want to talk about other employment opportunities. So tell the jury what was going on in your life on that front at the beginning of October.
At the beginning of October, I was just coming off finishing the project at the museum. We finished in September at some point. And as I mentioned before, my birthday is October 2nd. So I had arranged to play a private home recital at the Wynn's home, where I would play the last three piano sonatas of Beethoven on my birthday. So these are very, very difficult pieces of music, and some of the greatest pieces of music ever written. So I was very preoccupied trying to give my best to these pieces. And shortly after that, a friend of mine reached out who had done some work performing on cruise ships. There's an organization called Lincoln Center Stage that recruits conservatory trained musicians to form either a piano quartet or a piano quintet to play classical concerts on cruise ships. And they had had a pianist drop out at the last minute, and long story short, I interviewed for this job and got this job, I think on October 12th, but it was about that time, maybe a little earlier.
Where were the winds on October 12th and 13th?
They were in Europe.
And ultimately, did you take Christina Parcells' life on October the 13th?
Yes, because I believed it was absolutely necessary to save Aida, and I was right.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I ask you to disregard the testimony that you just heard.
I want to talk about the timing. You've alluded to it a little bit. But I want to be more specific. October the 13th, describe for the jury why you felt that was the time, why you waited, or why it was necessary to do it on October the 13th, specifically, or in this period of time.
I had been wrestling with this since June. As I previously stated, since the end of June, I believed Aida was in complete and grave danger every moment of her life that she was living with her mother. And the other things that I had tried to do to save her from that were not working. So I was having this incredible wrestling match within myself for these months, feeling that I needed to do something to save her, and yet feeling this incredible reluctance to do the one thing that I knew would save her because of how terrible I knew it would be to do it, even though I believed it would be right. So by the time October 13th rolled around, I had been grappling with this for a long time, and I was experiencing a tremendous amount of guilt that I had waited as long as I did, because I should have acted sooner, and I didn't do that. So I had come to the realization that I had gotten this offer to go on this cruise ship, and I would have been leaving the country for a long time. Essentially, it was now or never. I had an opportunity to save her from a danger that I knew she was in, and that I knew was not going to cease. And I just couldn't go on with my life and leave her to drown. I mean, I had a great life. I had everything. I made money doing what I loved. I was going to be going to the South Pacific to play concerts for rich people on cruise ships. I mean, but how could I go and enjoy that and know that I was leaving a kid to her fate, a kid who thought that I was her friend? I would never have been able to look at myself in the mirror again if I had done that. So specific to October 13th, I believed that there would be a period of time at the house when Christina Parcell would be alone. And I wanted to make sure that absolutely no one was there. Not Aida, not Lutina, not Brad Post. Because again, this was not about revenge or retribution or anything. I wasn't angry. The only thing I was feeling that day was pity. And I wanted to make sure that no bystander or no one else would be involved in this, which could have happened if someone else was there.
Zach, let's talk about that. So once you concluded, believed absolutely this was what you had to do, did you go about planning?
Yes, I planned very carefully to make sure, one, like I said, that no one else would be involved in this. And two, I knew that if I tried to do this and failed, it would only be worse for Aida.
And consistent with the court's instructions, why did you believe it'd be worse for Aida?
Because I believed that if I was discovered doing this, it would connect me to John Mello. And I believed, and I still believe, that he's a great father and he is Aida's best shot at having a happy and safe childhood.
Let's talk about the planning. Did you get a gun?
Yes.
At the time, were you also carrying your own firearm?
Yes, I had a concealed weapons permit at the time, so I generally would always be carrying a 9mm concealed weapon on my person for personal protection.
Did you get another firearm for this?
Yes, I did.
What type of firearm did you get?
It was a .22 caliber revolver
Where did you get it?
at a gun show.
Where was the gun show?
It was here in Greenville.
How long before October 13th did you get the 22?
Maybe a month or a month and a half earlier.
Did you also get a knife?
Yes, I did.
Where did you get the knife?
At the gun show.
At about the same time?
It was the same day.
Let's talk about what else, what other planning you did. Did you obtain gloves?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember where you got the gloves?
No, I don't.
Did you obtain any chemicals?
Yes, I bought some paint thinner because, again, I didn't want to be connected to this because I wanted to make sure this would actually do something to save Aida. So in case a glove had broken or I had left a fingerprint or something, I wanted to be able to clean it with the paint thinner.
That's what the smell was. Paint thinner.
Zach, let's talk about your bike and what you did to become familiar with the area of Canebrake leading up to October the 13th.
I had looked at a route I would be able to take from the mountain house that I was staying at on back roads to avoid traffic cameras. So maybe a few days beforehand, I looked at Google Maps and I figured out how this route would lead.
Let's talk about October the 12th. Did you originally plan to do this on October the 12th?
Yes.
Zach, consistent with the court's instructions, describe to the jury why you didn't do it on October the 12th.
I woke up that day and I just felt such reluctance, and something in my gut told me it wasn't the right day. And I waited one more day.
Let's go to October the 13th. You testified earlier that you wanted a plan in part to prevent or minimize danger to others. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Did you have information about where people would be on October the 13th?
To a degree, yes.
How did you get that information?
From John Mello.
What did he tell you?
He told me when Aida would be at school, and he told me that he believed Christina had a job interview at some point that morning.
So let's talk about that morning. The evening of October the 12th, where did you spend the night?
At the Mountain House.
You woke up on the morning of October 13th and you left the Mountain House, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember approximately when you left the Mountain House?
It was much later than I meant to. I think it was about 8 or 8:15 in the morning.
When you left the Mountain House, in which vehicle did you leave?
In my Ford Ranger.
What was in the back of the Ford Ranger?
My bike.
That bike right there?
Yes.
And just for the clarity of the record, this is a state's exhibit. I don't have the number that was introduced. What else did you put in your pickup truck in addition to the bike?
I brought the gloves, and I put this in a backpack. I brought the paint thinner and the gun I described, the .22. I brought a knife, and I brought a box that was made to look like a gift wrapped box, and a bunch of roses that I had bought the day before.
Talk about the roses in a minute. When you left the Mountain House, where did you go?
I drove to a road that runs parallel, very close to Canebrake.
When you got to that location, well, before we go further, describe for this jury the ride in your truck from the Mountain House to this location, what you were thinking, what you were feeling, what was going through your mind.
Like I said, I had wrestled with this for months. I had come to the point where rationally I knew that the only way Aida was going to be saved from what she was enduring was for me to take this route. I knew that. But there's another element, a human element, which is just so reluctant and revulsed by the idea of taking a human life. So I had prayed a great deal about this. I had prayed like I'd never prayed before, because even knowing that logically this was the right thing to do, it didn't satisfy that emotional and human aspect where I felt that I needed permission to do this. And I was so terrified that somehow I might be doing the wrong thing. Like I knew that it was right logically, but there's the emotional aspect was just reeling against this idea. And more so because she was a woman. I was raised to always protect my sisters and mother, and I opened doors for women growing up. So this idea was just repugnant to me, even though I believed it was necessary to save a child. So on that morning, I had prayed earlier, a few days earlier, and I had felt that this was the right thing to do, no matter how terrible and difficult it was going to be. So like I said, I didn't feel anger. I felt pity because I realized that this was just the only way to save a child. And it essentially, it felt like a foregone conclusion because I knew that I had a duty to do this to save a child. So physically driving my truck there, I was experiencing a level of anxiety and physical illness that I had just never experienced due to stress before. My hands were shaking. I was in a cold sweat, and I was fighting the urge to vomit before I even got close there. A few times I thought I was going to have to pull off to the side of the road because I could hardly keep my truck straight. My hands were shaking so badly. But the whole time I was just thinking, if I don't do this, if I turn back, then I'm consigning Aida to her fate when I know that I could have done something to stop what was happening. So I just tried to take my mind off of it, and I tried to just go and drive a little bit farther and a little bit farther and not think about what I was going to have to do when I got there. And when I finally got to the point where I parked my truck, this feeling only increased. I knew the plan, but I was having so much difficulty going through with it. So I took my bike out of the truck, and I had a mask on and clothing that's been described already. And I just tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other on my bike. And it felt like some runs or rucks I had been on where all I could do was focus on putting one foot in front of the other because it was so difficult to keep going. And I just kept seeing Aida's face and reminding myself that if I don't do this, no one's going to come to save her. And I kept pedaling, and eventually I arrived in front of 122 Canebrake.
Zach, we're going to talk about what happened when you got to 122 Canebrake in just a second. You described having a gun and having a knife. Initially, were you going to use the gun?
Yes.
Did you ultimately decide to use the gun?
No.
Why not?
I was very concerned about using a gun because of how loud it would be. And I didn't want to alert a neighbor or a bystander who might come to investigate and get involved. So I tried to suppress the gun by making a makeshift suppressor. And in movies, these things are made out to be like it's very easy, and a suppressed gun is just very silent, and that's not the case. So ultimately, I test fired the gun, and I had bought some subsonic ammunition, which is supposed to be quieter, but I didn't realize that on a revolver, a suppressor doesn't work because the end of the cylinder is open And I realized just a day or two beforehand that I couldn't use a gun because it could potentially involve someone else in this if someone heard a gunshot and came to investigate.
If you had had a choice, would you have rather used a gun?
I would have rather not to have had to have done it at all, but if I had to, yes, I would have chosen a gun.
Why is that?
Because it would have been quicker and more humane.
All right, let's talk about, you arrive at the house, 122 Canebrake. Do you remember about what time you arrived there?
I think it was a little after 9 in the morning.
And you arrived there on your bike? Is that how you-
Yes,
And you testified about this a little bit, but tell the jury what you're wearing.
I had on black pants and a black thermal and a gray shirt over that. I had on a black beanie and a white medical mask, and I had on black gloves and a black backpack.
Do you remember how many vehicles were parked in the driveway when you got there?
1.
When you arrived at the house and you got off your bike, what did you do?
I laid my bike down in the driveway and I took my backpack off and I took out the box that had been gift wrapped that had an end open. And I put the .22 revolver in that box. And I put the backpack back on my back and I took a bunch of roses and I walked up to the door and I rang the doorbell. And I was shaking and freaking out at this point because there was nowhere I wanted to be less than at that house on that morning. And when I rang the doorbell, the door opened and a woman came to the front. And I thought it was Christina Parcell, but I wanted to make sure. And I also wanted to make sure that no one else was home. So I told her that while I was holding the box and the roses, that I had a delivery for Lutina Parcell, her sister. And she told me that Lutina wasn't home. So at this point, I realized that Christina was at the house alone. And I handed her the roses. And I took the revolver out of the box and I pointed it at her and I told her to be quiet and to go back into the house, which she did. And I followed her into the house and I shut the door. And I was experiencing such anxiety that my body wasn't really doing what I was telling it to do anymore. Like when I realized that I couldn't use the gun, which was unloaded at this point, my plan had been to try to knock her unconscious because I didn't want to cause her or anyone any pain. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to save Aida and to make sure that no one else who was a bystander would be involved in this or could be endangered in any way. So I tried, while she was holding the roses, to strike her on the head and knock her unconscious. But my body was fighting me because even though I knew who she was and what she was doing and the danger that was putting Aida in, I was still looking at her and I was seeing a sympathetic figure. I was seeing a woman, and I had always been taught never to hurt a woman, to always protect women and children. So when I went to strike her with the gun, my hand didn't really do what I was trying to tell it to. I essentially pulled my strike. It felt like a time I had been cliff jumping with friends. I have a big fear of heights, and there was a 30-foot face that you could jump off and jump into a deep pool of water. And when I would run up to the edge, I would try to get a running start and jump off the edge, and I just couldn't. Like my body would stop me against my will. And I had to try to do this 10 or 15 or 20 times before I could actually get myself to go over the edge. So when I struck her on the head with the pistol, that's what happened. It didn't knock her unconscious, and I hardly struck her at all, to be honest. So I tried again, and the same thing happened. I just couldn't bring myself to strike her. And at this point, she realized that I was hesitating, and she began to try to move herself and to get away and to fight back. And during this period of time, the roses had dropped and the petals and stems had scattered. And as I was hesitating, I realized that the situation was quickly getting out of control. And if I didn't pull myself together and act soon, this was all going to end up terribly for Aida, because what was happening to her would never be uncovered.
You've heard testimony that at this time, Christina weighed 163 pounds. How much did you weigh on October the 13th?
About 160.
Go ahead.
So I realized that I was going to have to somehow force myself to do this at any cost. So I pulled out the knife I was wearing. And even though I knew I wasn't going to be able to strike her with any amount of force, I still tried. So I started striking her, though my strikes were pulled. And I think the knife made contact with her, but it wasn't stopping her, and it wasn't inflicting anything that could be a fatal blow. And she started to fight back. She realized I was hesitating, and it became a struggle. And in this struggle, all I could do was try to overcome this resistance I had towards doing this thing. Even though I knew it was right, I still had this physical and emotional resistance to doing it. So I just kept striking her until finally we fell on the floor. And at this point, I had just tried to take my mind out of it and just try to get through this and finish it as quickly as possible, because I realized that it was only becoming prolonged, and I had to do this in order to save Aida. So I don't remember how many times I struck her. I just remember that when it finished, we were on the ground, and I stopped striking her when she stopped struggling. And at this point, I stood up, and I was still freaking out, and I was in kind of a daze. And I was just trying to pull myself together and figure out what I needed to do to leave the house. And again, I wanted to make sure that I didn't leave anything behind that would connect me to it, because then I believe John would be connected to it, and it would only further put Aida in danger, because I didn't know if Christina Parcell was the only person involved in what was happening to Aida. and she wasn't. So I quickly looked around to make sure I hadn't left a mask or a glove, and I started to pick up the rose petals and realized that I just didn't have time to do that. Again, I was concerned that a neighbor might have heard the commotion and that a neighbor might come by to investigate, and I didn't want that. So I drew the blinds and I moved her body away from the door, which had windows, because I didn't want someone to come to the door and see her. And I put my things back in the backpack, and I looked in a mirror before I left to make sure everything was in order, and I saw that she had scratched my face in the struggle. And of course, I realized that this could leave DNA. So I used the paint thinner to try to clean her hands. And then I changed my mask, and I took off my outer shirt because there was blood on it. And I put it in the backpack. And at this point, I was really worried that someone, that Lutina might come back to the house, or Brad Post might come to the house, or a neighbor might come over. So I was trying to leave the house as quickly as possible. And before I left, when I realized that I had probably left my DNA there, despite my effort not to, I prayed again and just said that I believe that what I've done is the right thing, and I believe that I did it for the right reason. But if it's your will that I be connected to this, then I will turn myself in, and I will own up to what I've done, and I'll take responsibility for it, because I believed that it was the right thing.
All right, real quick, y'all. So they are running on a delay. So we are seeing this play out, not actually live because they have to do a delay. But I'm coming in with the breaking news because, yeah. So allegedly, they are saying that the father of Christina Purcell, the baby daddy John, he just been arrested as a direct result of this man's testimony that is happening today on the stand. So we was just out here sitting trying to figure out why in the heck is this going on? It's because they may offer for him to pay it. So he's getting ready to go down. In addition to the fact that he says, and we're probably going to get to this part real soon, that he says that he felt a wave of relief after murdering her because he knew the child would be safe from SA abuse, from sexual abuse. And there is proof of that the state is hiding from you. He said that to the jury. Okay, and so the judge is going to put them on a break for like an hour, 30 minutes. But in the midst of all of that, they didn't win and picked up the daddy, y'all. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's jump back in. Let's get back to it. Shout out to Kathy. Okay. Because Kathy out here doing her thing.
And then I left. I exited out through the door, and I got back on my bike, and I pedaled my bike back to the truck, and I drove back to the mountain house. And I was still completely freaking out, and it felt entirely surreal. But there is a big difference in how I felt, in that as soon as I left the house, I felt the most enormous wave of relief wash over me, because I knew from that moment on, Aida would be safe. Aida would be safe from the sexual abuse that her mother was perpetrating on her. And there is proof to that the state is hiding from you.
Instruct him to be quiet.
Okay, you need to stop talking. The jury.
That's the part right there, y'all. Look at the judge. All he doing is writing down what the hell is going on. He ain't budged. He ain't budged. He ain't budged, y'all. They say John is locked up. They say John is locked up. They said they didn't lock up John. He was arrested by Greenville County Sheriff's deputies following his testimony that he offered to pay Hughes to kill Christina Parcell. He going down. He's through. He a throw piece. He's done. Hold on, y'all. He sounds like he's telling a story about a movie he wrote. He telling something, okay? He telling something because, baby. Oh my God. So somebody else just tweeted, this case is like a movie, and Zachary Hughes' testimony is like listening to an audiobook. This is unbelievable, but very real. It says that what happened off camera after lunch was the state gave a jury instruction for the judge to read about disregarding what the defendant said. I think I kind of already went through this and told y'all this part. But yeah, he said he bought a box of roses and said they was for the sister. Said the sister wasn't home, so he knew that she was at home. And he pulled out that gun and backed her up into their house and hit her in the head with something and then just started stabbing her. Y'all. I can't, it just seemed like every trial that we watch, it's a hate. I don't want to call it a haymaker because that's a hit. That's too much A$AP Rocky still in my brain. Okay, because that's what they were saying, really was throwing haymakers. But it's like something, a bomb drop every time we watching every trial we didn't watch. Something crazy didn't happen. Aida done lost both of her parents and a possible SA victim. This is sad. But I'm just, is it true though? Was she truly an SA victim or was a lie created that made her lose both of her parents? Because you also have to, you also have to remember that whenever Christina would keep Aida before he took her away to Italy, she was keeping her at the house with her sister. You know what I'm saying? They was living with the sister. The daughter was never going over the boyfriend's house. And then her and the sister moved in together when she got, full custody over him, and he would come over. But I guess, we didn't learn from the Naziah case that anything can happen. But even though I'm just trying to give grace, right? Because we don't know. If that man had something going on, we don't know if he had a preference because some predators like a certain type. They got a certain type. So who's to say that his type was little girls? It could have been little boys. I don't know the ins and out of Greg Post's charge or case. I don't know. But what if it's a lie? What if it's a lie? What if she just lost both of her parents just because he didn't want to share custody? Just because he felt like he was better than her? Child. Okay. They even arrested him. Clink, clink. Same. Same demeanor. Same demeanor. Y'all, let me see if we get anything else, child. There is proof that the state is hiding from you. And the prosecutor was the one who yelled, instruct him to be quiet. Here is the moment that has now caused another break in this trial. Okay, y'all, I need a couple seconds because my son is having a mental breakdown. Just give me a couple seconds to get him together. We'll be right back. Miles, hold it down. Hold it down. All right, y'all, I'm back. Let me check the comments real quick. I pray the sister gets the daughter. Absolutely, because I think she was already filing something from her testimony. She was telling us earlier today. John is crazy too. I feel like John was using that daughter as a pawn in his own sick, twisted game. I 100% agree. Oh shoot. Why would he say that to the judge? That just makes the state look bad. So it makes me wonder, did her ever confuse to anyone else that John paid him to unalive her, or is this something new? I mean, I don't know if it's something new or not, but whatever it was, John wasn't charged. I remember they said that they exonerated him at the earlier part of this trial when they were talking about it. I want to say during Greg's testimony they were saying that, but he locked up now. They went to go get him. Sure did. This child is insane. He literally violated the judge's orders, the same judge that will determine his fate if found guilty. He doesn't have anything to lose, is what they are saying, and he indeed doesn't. He indeed does not. He don't got nothing to lose. Y'all, that was crazy. We're gonna run that back. We're gonna go ahead and run it back because
and it felt entirely surreal. But there is a big difference in how I felt in that as soon as I left the house, I felt the most enormous wave of relief wash over me because I knew from that moment on, Aida would be safe. Aida would be safe from the sexual abuse that her mother was perpetrating on her. And there is proof to that the state is hiding from you.
Instruct him to be quiet.
Okay, you need to stop talking. The jury.
that is the face. Look at his face. It's just blank. It's emotionless. Like it's just the face of a man who do not give a F. Look how he looking at the jury. Oh my gosh, like look at him. And his attorney is pissed. Can't unhear that. Instruct him to be quiet. Shut his mouth. It's what he said. My son is still yelling, y'all. At this point, they just need to leave him alone. Like, they just really need to leave him alone. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. That's the only thing about catching up, boy. Our little skips go away. And we got to fill the earth with talk, with small talk. It's a 30-minute delay per the court order. So we 30 minutes behind everything that's getting ready to happen. Somebody says, I'm not following this, but I think it's outrageous in any case for a defendant to not be able to say what they want to say. It's up to the jury if they believe them or not. This is their life. The least courts can do is let them speak. So you can speak within limitations. Everything ain't I'm gonna ask her, do you know the jury makeup in this trial? Okay. Pretty Lies and Alibis. Says John Mello has been arrested, baby. He said on that stand and said, yeah, he asked me to pay him $5,000, baby. The police officers got up and walked out. They got up and walked right out the room and said, let me text this to you real quick. Oh yeah, this go get him. We got him, boys. We got him, boys. All it takes is one person that believes he was really trying to save that little girl. Better hope there is nobody on that jury that was SA'd before. And there's proof of that. And there's proof of that. Let me go reach out to Sarah. He did not update the end dates to this shit. So, project planners, they really irk my soul. They really do. Oh my God. Y'all, more than pull her ponytail out. This is crazy. Like, now I want to edge of my seat because turn up for what? John Mello's bond hearing is at 9 p.m. tonight. When I say they ain't playing, they not playing with John. They say his bond hearing is at 9 p.m. tonight. Court is on an extended break. So just to recap, Zachary Hughes testified to murdering Christina Parcell, arriving with a box of roses. He said John Mello offered him money to kill Christina Parcell and claims he turned it down. He said that John Mello told him where everyone in the house would be the day of the murder. He told the jury he felt relieved after the murder because Christina's daughter would no longer be sexually abused. He then blurted out that the state is hiding the fact from the jury. Hiding that fact from the jury. John Mello was arrested today based on Hughes' testimony, and I think that sums it up. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Now I'm upset that I didn't push out a recap video of what the trial was about yesterday because this would have made some good content. This would have made some good content because I think all they had were those phone calls. So to your question, Cindy, I don't think he's ever really confessed. I don't think he ever really told anybody the intricate details of what happened. I think this is the first time because there is no way that the police knew about this murder for hire plot and weren't able to seek the charges. The only thing that they had were those phone calls, and you can't tell how long the phone call, what was being said on those calls, but you do have the text messages. Now, the text messages were a little incriminating, but it wasn't enough for him to say that he knew that Zachary was going to go over there and do that and do what he did. But Zach got up there and told it all. Zach, I'm telling y'all, I think that Zach did something. They said the jury makeup is all ages, races, sex, and they said it's very diverse. They said it is a very diverse jury up there. So, yeah. I know D Wood was curious about that. Ooh. But yeah, as I was saying, I just don't think that they had enough evidence to support that, to support that charge. I don't think they had it. But now he didn't got up there and said exactly what you did. He didn't got up there and told them you conspired You conspired to kill that lady and offered to have. Oh, girl, y'all, they didn't put the charges out here and everything. Hold on. It says, oh my God, y'all, the jury, when he said that, they're at a sidebar asking for a break to figure out what to do. The jury, I know it was crazy. Okay, so let me see what this is. Fitz News says Mello is facing charges of accessory before and after the fact to a felony and solicitation to commit a felony, and will be escorted to the Greenville County Detention Center to await a bond hearing that is happening at 9 p.m. tonight, y'all. Let me go and throw this in the chat for y'all so y'all can see it as well. Shay, where you been, girl? Where you been, girl? We just chatting it up. Waiting on something to happen, honey. That man told the jury that there is evidence of that the state is hiding. He killed the case. Jesus. I'm just searching the streets. Wait a minute. Zachary tells the judge, this is about the Bible, not you. I have heard it all. Baby John going down. He thought he was scot-free. He sure did. He thought he was scot-free. That man told him that everybody would be out and that she would be there by herself. How would he know? The judge says in this is a direct violation of his ruling. State says they won't ask for a mistrial, but asks they stop his testimony. That was 3 hours ago. They should have ended that then. Because he's saying, he basically said, Shay, this is about the Bible. Because he's saying, I swore to tell the truth on the Bible, so I'm supposed to tell the truth. And that's what I'm doing, telling the truth. This is a mess. This is a mess. Like, I didn't see this coming. I did not have this on my bingo card today. Oh, okay. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a daggone minute. Because remember, I was telling y'all, I didn't know if it was true or if it wasn't. They have been crazy lately, Keisha. Yes, they have. They say, yes, the daughter is alive and was willing and ready to testify for Zachary Hughes. It's my understanding there is proof of the SA by her mother and the mom's fiance, y'all. What? They say it is proof of it. But Zach still ain't had it right, baby. You still in the wrong, Zach. That wasn't your responsibility. John should have came down here and put pause on him on his own. She got to be somewhere between 11 and 12 or 11 and 13. That wasn't Zach. That wasn't your duty. You should have allowed that man to come down there and do that himself. Ain't no way in hell I'm about to let you throw my life away. No, sir, Bob. No, sir, Bob. And this is coming from Kathy Roosin 3 hours ago. Somebody made a comment saying, I'm not following this case. Well, except from the bits and pieces I've seen you tweet. Is the daughter still alive? And is she as a victim? As in, has that been proven elsewhere? I know sometimes it's not allowed in for various reasons. And that was her response. All right. That was also another plane crash today, y'all. I'm telling you, if we ain't driving, I'm not going. Nope. Not driving, not going. Yep. I don't see anything new popping up, y'all. I'm staying out here on these Twitter streets for the people. Okay, let me check the comment. Yes, put her on the stand, but still, Zach is crazy. Right. Zach had a lot going for himself until he met John Mello, which makes me feel like John manipulated Zach into doing this because the age difference is crazy. And he must have been like very impressionable, knowing that this is a man with power and he's in the music industry. I'm doing music. Like it gives every bit of manipulation. I don't like the way his defense went about this thing. Maybe his defense didn't know, the defense team or lawyers didn't know how he was going to testify. But if I ain't driving, I ain't going. 87 plus crashes. We ain't going. I ain't going. I don't know what to believe. I thought the CPS caseworker said that the daughter was thriving at her mom's and aunt's. They said she was, but that's why I need to see. I want to see what post case is going to be about. If I want to see what his case is going to be about, because if a man have a safe flight, it ain't enough no more. It ain't enough no more. That ain't going. It don't make me feel good at all. I don't know when the next time I get on the plane, but I tell you, it's going to be a minute from now. I think he manipulated him. I'm a firm believer that John Mello manipulated Zach, and Zach got on that stand and said, I don't even really care about this no more. I don't care about none of y'all no more. I'm going to go ahead and let the birds fly. I think he got up there and said it all. Okay, y'all, the Keefe D trial has been pushed to 2026, so we are not going to be covering Keefe D. And honestly, if I'm going to be in law school in 2026, so I can't even promise y'all that I'm going to be covering it later. We'll see what happens. We'll see. We gotta have us a real good time between now and August. Okay, y'all? Because nigga, what? Oh, he's doing one of those shifts. We're gonna have us a real good time between now and August. Okay. So whatever y'all want to watch between now and August, we're gonna have to get into it. Now, I will tell y'all. Chay, you gonna take over for us? Because Melly coming up in September. I'm gonna be 1L, which is my first year in law school, trying to figure it out. So I ain't gonna be able to watch it with y'all every day. I'm gonna try to recap it. Okay, let's make sure we all following Shay. We got a bunch of stuff to watch. We do. We got a bunch of stuff to watch. We're gonna have a good time though. Let's make sure. First of all, let me talk about how I have to be better about putting y'all links in the chat. So I'm learning, like, okay, a lot of the other content creators, when other creators come in there, they always share their links so that people can go over there and watch their channels. And I support everybody. Y'all know how I am. So I gotta be better at saving everybody's links. But if we need to run your page up, Shay, just let us know. You direct and I will stream. We got the Julio trial happening. Like, I don't know what we gonna do. Are we watching Thugs hearing about his property? You know what? I think I had that one on our list. But I thought it was yesterday. Did it already happen? Y'all stand in my street, girl. We're gonna have to figure it out. I'm just scrolling y'all to see if anything else has popped up, y'all. I mean, they slapped them cuffs on him quick and said, we're gonna put you in bond. Give you a bond here. But here's my thing: that man has money. He has means. So he's gonna be turning over his passport. He's gonna be turning over if he have a bond, it's gonna be sky high. It's gonna be sky high. Okay, it's Friday. Like 2 days from now, is my daughter's birthday. 2 days from now, it's Samaj's birthday. So I'm gonna see if they don't have school because it's too cold. We're probably gonna be out doing stuff. I might take them ice skating during the day. But if they go to school, yeah, we're gonna be in here streaming. We're gonna grow this channel, y'all. Let me tell y'all how teach Marley how to stream. That is so funny. So let me tell y'all how we are so close to 3,000 followers. We are so close to 3,000 followers. Now we got a 10K goal by the end of the year. I know it's a stretch. But I also do feel like once I start acquiring true legal knowledge and learn how to really think as an attorney, the content will change, and I think our channel will grow. It'll grow even more. So right now we got 2,919 subscribers. We are so close to 3,000. So if you have not subscribed and you sitting here, or matter of fact, if you over on Twitter, because there's 63 people watching from Twitter right now, I need all 63 of y'all to come on over to YouTube just for a second while we taking this break. Type in Taylor Umbridge and subscribe to our channel. All right, this is our channel. This is our channel. So come on over. I forgot to post my Ole Miss murder trial. All right, so come on over here, hit that button. You don't have to stay. I understand if you don't like YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So all you got to do is come on over here and hit the button, and you can go right back over to Twitter. Yes, honey. It's wicked out here. Guess what Kay said? They say, come on, Shay, co-pilot. I've been trying to see if there are any updates on the Julio Fulio Alicia Andrews, because I know she was supposed to have her kid on the 16th. Ooh, I do think that I do think that she had her baby. I believe she had her baby. But as far as her trial goes, nothing has come out yet. I do believe that the co-counsel, maybe the co-counsel that was trying to leave, may actually now be the lead counsel, and the lead counsel may have actually left the case. And so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And tell them to speak when they come over. Like my granny used to tell us, don't walk in nobody's house and not speak. They say, come on over, Twitter folks. Just come over, hit the button. Just come over, hit the button, say subscribe, so we can hit our goal. Now we're gonna get the 10K though. We're gonna get the 10K by the end of the year. That's the ultimate. That's the ultimate right there. So I'm just checking, about to run back to the Twitter streets and see what I can see. Let me go see what I can see. Sorry, I haven't been in the channel today, busy at work, but to you, are y'all caught up on this over here? Yes, Kay. Hey, LaRon. Yes, Kay. We caught up. Zach then sat on that stand and told everything. Zach done told it from the rooter to the tutor. And now they didn't went and grabbed the baby daddy and slapped him in some cuffs. It's got his bond here and set for later on tonight. And we done found out that there is true evidence that the little girl was being SA with the mom and the boyfriend. Okay, it's messy over here. And not because of us. It's just the case. It's just the case. Hey, LaRon. Oh, yes, indeed. It is true, child. Wow. But at the end of it, but still in all, Zach, John should have been handling his own business. But the jury, when Zach let it fly, mouths flew open. They looked at each other, shifted in their seats, looked out at all of us. They really just looked shell-shocked. As the prosecutor tried to talk over Zach, they didn't know where to look. Judge holds Zach in contempt and sentenced him to 6 months in jail. What? The judge is back on the bench. Now, y'all got to remember, we are on a 30-minute delay. So it's going to take a minute for the feed to catch up. But y'all, he's going to do 6 months off the rip. He doing 6 months off the rip. He held in contempt. And they said they didn't know where to look. They was just like looking around, shaking their heads like, oh. But here's the thing. I feel like the ruling, the jury should have been able to know that. Like, I didn't get to hear the hearing on why it was ruled out or suppressed, but I do feel like it should have came in. Your bad facts are your bad facts. It is what it is. You get ahead of it, but y'all could have got up there. Y'all could have still argued. Okay, yeah, maybe something had been happening, but that wasn't Zachary's place to do that. You know what I'm saying? You got to get ahead of as an attorney, you got to get ahead of your bad facts. And I don't know if this mistake is truly on the state or if it's the judge's fault. I mean, I kind of feel like I feel like it should have been admitted anyway. They should have been able to explore that. And I think he still should have been found guilty of premeditated murder because it was not his job or his duty to do that. He replied and said, I understand. 6 months before sentencing. When the judge told Zach he was being held in contempt and sentenced to 6 months in jail, Zach said, I understand. Chanel said, I knew it was going to get messy. Yeah, okay. I'm on X. That's how I've been filtering the information in through X. I've been reading tweets from Pretty Lies and Alibis and Kathy Rusin. So those have been our go-to folks. When the judge told Zach he was being held in contempt, okay, we just read that. But yeah, that's where we've been keeping it. What happens next is what Grace asked. He should have pulled him off the stand when he did it when he did it the second time. He should have ended his testimony because I mean, in retrospect, it was like a ticking time bomb. Taylor, I'm not caught up on this trial, child. It ain't got messy, LaRon. Today has been a blur. Nah, LaRon, you should have been over here. You should have been over here. This trial is messy. This trial is messy. Respectfully, this stuff would not be going on this way with us. It would not. It would not. All right, LaRon, let me try to give you a quick 1 minute recap on what the hell is going on over here in this trial. So Zachary, this trial is called the Swiftest Secrets murder trial. Zachary Hughes is alleged of, well, he ain't alleged nothing because he admitted to killing the victim, Christina Parcell. Now, Christina has a relationship with this man named Greg, who is her boyfriend, and he is an alleged he's an alleged pedophile. All right, he's facing some charges having to do with sexual assaults of minors. Now, Christina had been fighting with her baby daddy about custody of the kid. And one day the daddy just took the kid to Italy and she went through international channels to get the kid back. So the kid comes back and live with her. Now, Greg then met the victim, Zachary. I'm not the victim, the defendant, Zachary, while he was playing a piano sometime at some point somewhere at a church or something. And he told, he basically like befriended him. It's a huge age gap. And eventually, from what we heard today, he starts confiding in Zachary about what's going on with him and Christina and their baby and their custody issues. So he ends up offering Zachary $5,000. John, this baby daddy name is John. John ends up offering Zach $5,000 to kill Christina. He said he declined it. He turned around and offered him $10,000. He declined it. Then at some point he decided that he couldn't take it no more. He had to save this little girl, and the only way he could save her is if he killed the mama. So he jumped on his bike. He put a bike in the truck, drove, jumped on the bike, and rode down to Christina's house one day, pretending to be a flower delivery person, came through the door and with a gun, and they end up getting into a little tussle. He hit her. He ended up stabbing her 26 times. She was stabbed 26 times. So Zach is on the stand, and Zach been clowning since he been on the stand. Okay, when I say clowning. So while on the stand, Zach the judge had already ruled that they are not allowed to talk about the sexual assault. Apparently the evidence was ruled out about the sexual assault allegations with the little girl and Christina being involved and the boyfriend's, history or whatever. It was ruled out that it couldn't come in. But Zach then got on the stand and he basically just told the jury that he did it because Christina was sexually abusing her daughter. And he told the jury, it's evidence that the state is hiding from you. So after this man gave his testimony just today, baby, not even 2 hours later, they didn't went and slapped handcuffs on the daddy and locked him up. They just locked him up. They holding a bond hearing for him at 9 o'clock tonight. And then He didn't blurt it out to the jury that, yeah, they hiding this evidence from you. So the judge found him in contempt of court because he'd already been told 2 times before to stop bringing it up. So now he got to serve 6 months in jail for that by itself. Everybody say, what's up to 400 Media who's in the building? I'm going to drop, because I'm telling y'all I'm getting better at my social media thing, okay? I'm going to drop 400 Media's YouTube channel in the chat, y'all. Make sure y'all go over and follow 400 Circle Media. They are a supporter of our channel, and we're going to support theirs as well. So make sure y'all go ahead and head over there. I'm telling you, LeRon, you talking about you've been in a blur, girl. It's been happening. D Wood said that's a hell of a recap. So Cindy's saying that it's child porn. It's child pornography. Well, we're gonna see. I don't know what it is. I just know that he had a abuse of a minor charge, and they just been saying FA, but it's child porn. That is crazy. That is crazy. Zachary Hughes is finished on direct. The judge called the attorneys to the bench and ends court for the day. 10:30 return time tomorrow, and the court is mindful that there could be snow in the morning. So court is over. Court is over for the day, y'all. It's been a day. Oh, Kay said, yes, so much info, videos, pictures, and flash drives. And Christina was in on it. You so welcome, LeRon. And Christina was in on this, Kay. 400 said that's crazy. But that's why you got, you got to mind the business that pay you, because that business just gave you life in the death penalty state. Now, I don't know if they're going to get, oh my gosh. Lord have mercy. Very disturbing stuff. It is this. That's why it's called the Twisted. Very disturbing stuff. Yes, Cindy, too much. 1,000 of pictures. So are the pictures of just their child, or is it other children too? I got questions. Because what is happening? The mom and the fiance. See, I'm sitting here giving grace, saying no other child involved. Oh my gosh. No. So the charges that Greg Post, the boyfriend, is facing is because of Aida. That's why he was in the orange suit on the stand. 9 felony charges. KT, where you been? Where you been, child? Because you could have been filling in these blanks for us. I'm out here spreading the misinformation. And child porn. This is crazy, y'all. No other child involved. This is crazy. Wow. Wow, y'all. All right, y'all. Well, there's court today. So I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow, because we ain't got nothing else to watch. We ain't got nothing else to watch. So thank y'all so much for locking in with me today on the Taylor Umbrage channel. Make sure, again, y'all, if you haven't liked or subscribed to my channel, that you do so. We are so close. So close to hitting our 3,000 subscriber goal. We got a 10,000 goal for the end of the year. We will be back tomorrow, and I believe this trial starts early. Okay, it's South Carolina, so I want to say they're on the Eastern time zone. So this case starts at like 8-9 o'clock, but it's a delay on it anyway. So we'll start about 9 o'clock. Okay. We do enjoy our skip throughs. Will we cover? Yes, we are watching the Travis Butts case with Naziah Harris. I don't believe that one starts until March though. I believe it starts March the 7th. It might be, it's March to something. It's March to something. So if you didn't hit the like button or you didn't subscribe, make sure that you do it on your way out. I will see y'all tomorrow morning. And also make sure you scroll back up in the chat and follow our boy 400 Circle Media. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good afternoon.